Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where tonight we'll journey through magical corridors, enchanted classrooms, and the peaceful grounds of the castle. Join us as we explore the wizarding world in a story designed to help you drift into a peaceful sleep. After our story concludes, you'll hear the gentle crackling of a common room fire to help you fall asleep. There will be no advertisements or interruptions, just the continuous, soothing sounds of flames to carry you into your dreams. Now take a deep breath, relax your mind, and let's begin our magical adventure. The rain fell softly against the ancient windows of Hogwarts, creating a gentle, rhythmic patter that echoed through the stone corridors. Most students had retreated to their common rooms for the evening, seeking warmth and comfort from the chill that had settled over the castle. The great hall had long since emptied after dinner, and even the library had fallen quiet as Madame Pince shooed out the last of the studious Ravenclaws. In the Gryffindor common room, Hermione Granger sat curled in an armchair near the fireplace, a thick tome open on her lap. Her bushy hair was pulled back in a loose ponytail, and her eyes moved methodically across the pages, absorbing every word with careful attention. Occasionally she would pause to make a note on a piece of parchment, balanced precariously on the arm of her chair. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley were sprawled on the floor nearby, a game of wizard's chess between them. Ron's face was scrunched in concentration, though he hardly needed to focus much. He was, as usual, thoroughly trouncing Harry. "Knight to e5, Ron said with a satisfied smirk. The small stone knight slid across the board, drawing its miniature sword before smashing Harry's bishop to pieces. Harry sighed, running a hand through his perpetually messy black hair. "I don't know why I even try anymore." "Because you're an eternal optimist," Ron grinned, leaning back on his elbows. "Your move." Harry stared at the board, knowing full well that whatever move he made, Ron would counter it with devastating efficiency. Outside, a flash of lightning briefly illuminated the common room, followed by a low rumble of thunder that seemed to settle into the very stones of the castle. Hermione looked up from her book. "It's getting worse out there." "Perfect night to be inside," Ron nodded, watching as Harry reluctantly moved his queen. "Queen to d3, Harry said without much hope. Ron's grin widened. "Rook to d3. The stone rook slid forward and knocked Harry's queen off the board with a triumphant little roar. "Checkmate in 3 moves, Ron announced proudly. Harry threw up his hands in defeat. "I surrender now. Save us both the time." Hermione closed her book with a soft thump. "I can't concentrate with all this rain anyway. It's making me sleepy." "What were you reading?" Harry asked, grateful for the diversion from his chess humiliation. "Hogwarts: A History, Extended Edition," she replied, holding up the massive volume. "Professor Binns mentioned it contains passages about secret rooms that weren't included in the regular edition." Ron perked up. "Secret rooms? Like the Chamber of Secrets?" "No, nothing so dramatic," Hermione said, though her eyes sparkled with interest. "More like forgotten study spaces, hidden libraries, and reading nooks that were created by past headmasters and headmistresses. Apparently Hogwarts used to have dozens of little hideaways for students who wanted quiet places to study." "And you're hoping to find one?" Harry asked, already knowing the answer. "Well, it would be nice to have somewhere other than the library sometimes," Hermione admitted. "Especially when Madame Pince is in one of her moods." The portrait hole swung open and a group of first years tumbled in, laughing and dripping water onto the carpet. They had clearly been caught in the rain and were now recounting their misadventure with the kind of exaggerated drama only 11-year-olds could muster. Ron groaned. "So much for a quiet evening. We could go to the library, Hermione suggested half-heartedly, already knowing what response that would elicit. It's nearly curfew, Harry pointed out, glancing at the clock on the wall. Would just get there and have to turn around. The common room was filling up now as more Gryffindors returned from various activities around the castle. The noise level rose steadily, with conversations, laughter, and the occasional explosion from someone testing a product from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged looks, the kind that came from years of friendship and shared adventures. Without a word, they all knew they wanted somewhere quieter to spend the evening. What about exploring? Harry suggested in a low voice, leaning in so only his friends could hear. Looking for one of those reading nooks Hermione mentioned? Ron's eyebrows shot up. Now? In this weather? We wouldn't have to go outside, Hermione said, warming to the idea. According to the book, most of these places were hidden within the main castle walls. We've been at Hogwarts for years, Ron said doubtfully. Surely we'd have found them by now if they were still around. Not necessarily, Hermione countered. The book says many of them were concealed with complex charms that would only reveal the entrance to someone who was specifically looking for it. Harry smiled. And now we are. Hermione reopened her book, flipping through the pages until she found what she was looking for. Here, she said, pointing to a passage. There's mention of a reading nook created by Headmistress Eupraxia Mole in the 1870s. It was hidden behind a tapestry of... Oh? What? Both boys asked simultaneously. It says it was hidden behind a tapestry of dancing trolls, Hermione said, looking disappointed. We know that one. It's the entrance to the Room of Requirement. Any others? Harry asked. Hermione flipped through a few more pages. There's a reference to... Yes, here it is. A reading room concealed behind a tapestry of Morgana's Garden at Twilight, somewhere on the 5th floor, eastern corridor. Have we seen that tapestry before? Ron asked, trying to recall. Harry shook his head. I don't think so. But the 5th floor's not far. We could go look. They glanced around the common room. No one was paying them any attention. Everyone was caught up in their own conversations and activities. Shall we? Harry asked, already standing up. Hermione tucked the book into her bag. Let's go. The three friends slipped out of the portrait hole, ignoring the fat lady's mutterings about students always coming and going at all hours. The corridors were quiet, most of the torches already dimmed for the evening. Their footsteps echoed softly as they made their way toward the eastern wing of the 5th floor. Lumos, Hermione whispered, and the tip of her wand illuminated with a soft, pearly light. Harry and Ron followed suit, their wands casting long shadows on the stone walls. The rain continued to fall outside, and as they passed windows, they could see streaks of water trailing down the glass, distorting the view of the grounds beyond. It's peaceful, isn't it? Harry said quietly. Hogwarts at night. When we're not running for our lives, you mean? Ron added, with a small grin. They turned a corner and found themselves in a long corridor lined with suits of armor. The eastern wing was less frequented than other parts of the castle, housing mostly unused classrooms and storage spaces. Keep an eye out for the tapestry, Hermione reminded them, her eyes scanning the walls as they walked. They passed several tapestries, one depicting a centaur gazing at the stars, another showing a medieval wizard's duel, and a third illustrating the founding of Hogwarts, with the 4 founders standing proudly before the newly built castle. Wait, Harry said suddenly, stopping before a tapestry they had nearly walked past. Is this it? The tapestry was faded with age, its once vibrant colours softened to gentle pastels. It showed a garden at dusk, with silver-leaved trees and flowers that seemed to glow with their own inner light. In the center of the garden stood a woman in flowing robes, her hands raised toward a crescent moon that hung low in the twilight sky. Morgana's garden at twilight, Hermione breathed, eyes wide. This has to be it. Ron looked around nervously. So, how do we get in? The book didn't mention a password, did it? Hermione shook her head, frowning slightly as she tried to recall. No, just that you had to be specifically looking for it. Maybe... She reached out and gently touched the tapestry, running her fingers along the woven threads. Nothing happened. Maybe it's like the Room of Requirement, Harry suggested. We need to walk past it thinking about what we want. Worth a try? Ron shrugged. The three of them walked past the tapestry once, twice, 3 times, concentrating on their desire for a quiet reading nook. Still, nothing changed. This is silly, Ron muttered after their 3rd attempt. Maybe the room doesn't exist anymore, or maybe the book's wrong. Hermione looked crestfallen, but it was so specific about the location. Harry stepped closer to the tapestry again, studying it carefully. The woven Morgana seemed to be looking directly at him, her expression serene yet somehow knowing. The crescent moon above her caught his attention. It was the only element in the tapestry that seemed to have retained its original brightness, gleaming with silvery threads. Acting on instinct, Harry reached out and touched the moon. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, to their amazement, the moon began to glow with a soft, silvery light. The light spread outward, flowing down Morgana's outstretched hands and spilling into the garden, illuminating the flowers and trees one by one until the entire tapestry was suffused with a gentle radiance. And then, silently, the tapestry parted in the middle, like a curtain, revealing a doorway where solid wall had been moments before. "Brilliant, Harry," Hermione exclaimed in a hushed voice. "You just got lucky," Harry said with a small smile, though he felt a flutter of excitement in his chest. "Shall we?" Ron asked, gesturing toward the doorway. Harry took a step forward, then hesitated. "Should we check it's safe first? Cast a revealing charm or something?" "Good idea," Hermione nodded, raising her wand. Homenum Revelio. Nothing happened, indicating no human presence inside. "Seems empty," she said, lowering her wand. "Still, we should be careful." Harry nodded and stepped through the doorway, Ron and Hermione close behind him. As soon as they were all inside, the tapestry door closed silently behind them, sealing them in. For a moment they stood in darkness. Then, one by one, candles began to light themselves, floating gently in the air around them. The soft, golden light revealed a circular room that took their breath away. It was unlike any room they had seen at Hogwarts before. The ceiling was domed and painted to resemble a twilight sky, with stars that twinkled softly against deep blue. The walls were lined with bookshelves, each filled with ancient tomes, bound in leather of various colors. In the center of the room was a sunken seating area with plush armchairs and sofas arranged around a small, circular fireplace. Cushions and throw blankets were scattered invitingly across the furniture, and a thick, richly patterned carpet covered the floor. "Wow," Ron breathed, turning in a slow circle to take it all in. "It's beautiful," Hermione whispered, her eyes already drawn to the bookshelves. Harry walked toward the fireplace, which burst into life as he approached, flames crackling merrily as though welcoming them. The warmth spread quickly through the room, chasing away the slight chill of the castle corridors. "I can't believe this has been here all this time," he said, sinking into one of the armchairs. It was incredibly comfortable, seeming to mold itself perfectly to his body. Ron flopped onto a sofa nearby, stretching out with a contented sigh. "This is brilliant. Better than the common room by far." Hermione was already examining the bookshelves, running her fingers gently along the spines of the books. "These are amazing," she said, Some of these titles, I've never even heard of them before. Is that saying something? Ron teased. The great Hermione Granger hasn't heard of a book? She shot him a mock glare before pulling a slim volume bound in midnight blue leather from the shelf. Look at this one. Celestial Whispers, a compendium of star magic by Astrophel Silvernight. I don't think there's a copy of this even in the restricted section. Harry looked around the room, noticing more details as his eyes adjusted to the candlelight. There was a small writing desk in one corner, complete with quills, ink, and fresh parchment. Beside it stood a tall, narrow window, though Harry was certain they weren't near an exterior wall of the castle. Through the glass, he could see the rain falling against a backdrop of mountains and forest, exactly the view one would have from Gryffindor Tower. It's enchanted, he realized aloud. The window, it's showing the view from our common room. Hermione looked up from her book. That makes sense. Headmistress Mole would have wanted students to feel at home here. Ron had discovered a small cabinet beside his sofa and was peering inside. Hey, there's food in here, and it's fresh. Indeed, the cabinet contained a teapot that was gently steaming, along with a plate of biscuits, some fruit, and 3 mugs. The room must prepare itself when someone enters, Hermione said, joining them by the fireplace with her chosen book. Like the room of requirement, but more specific. Well, I'm not complaining, Ron said, already helping himself to a biscuit. These are good. Try one. Harry took a biscuit and bit into it. It was still warm, as though freshly baked, with a perfect balance of sweetness and spice. Cinnamon, he said appreciatively. My favorite. Mine too, Ron agreed, reaching for another. Hermione poured tea for each of them, the rich aroma of Earl Grey filling the air as she handed round the mugs. Then she settled into an armchair with her book, tucking her feet up beneath her. For a while, they simply enjoyed the peaceful atmosphere of the room. The rain continued to fall outside the enchanted window, and the fire crackled softly in the grate. Harry felt the tension he hadn't even realized he'd been carrying begin to melt away. There were no expectations here, no eyes watching him, no whispers following him through the corridors. Just warmth, comfort, and the quiet companionship of his best friends. Ron had found a book of his own, surprisingly, a volume on Quidditch strategies throughout the ages, and was leafing through it with genuine interest. Harry was content to simply sit, watching the flames dance in the fireplace and listening to the gentle sounds around him. The turning of pages, the occasional clink of a mug being set down, the soft patter of rain, and the distant rumble of thunder. After some time, Harry couldn't have said exactly how long, he became aware of another sound. It was barely perceptible at first, a faint whispering that seemed to be coming from the bookshelves. He looked over at his friends to see if they had noticed it too. Hermione was frowning slightly, her head tilted as though trying to catch the sound better. "Do you hear that?" she asked softly. "The whispering," Harry nodded. "It's coming from the books, I think." Ron closed his volume, listening. Creepy, he decided after a moment. But then again, it's Hogwarts. When is anything not at least a little bit creepy? The whispering grew slightly louder, though still not enough to make out any words. It reminded Harry of standing in a crowded room where numerous conversations were happening simultaneously, all just out of earshot. Maybe it's some kind of charm on the books, Hermione suggested, though she didn't sound entirely convinced. To preserve them, or to summarize their contents. Harry stood up and walked over to the bookshelves, listening more carefully. The whispering seemed to be coming from a particular section, about halfway up the curved wall. As he approached, the sound became more distinct, and he realized it wasn't multiple voices at all, but a single one. "There's someone talking," he said. reaching for a book bound in faded red leather. As his fingers touched the spine, the whispering stopped. Abruptly. Harry hesitated, then carefully pulled the book from the shelf. It was heavy, its cover unmarked except for a simple design embossed in gold, a quill crossed with a wand. He carried it back to his armchair and opened it on his lap. The pages were blank. "That's odd," Hermione said, peering over his shoulder. "Why would someone put an empty book on the shelf?" As if in response to her question, words began to appear on the first page, flowing across the parchment as though an invisible hand were writing them. "Greetings, young seekers of knowledge. You have found my private sanctuary. I am Eupraxia Mole, once headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." The three friends exchanged startled looks. "It's writing to us," Ron said unnecessarily, eyes wide. More words appeared below the first. "Do not be alarmed. This book is merely an imprint of my memories and knowledge, left behind for those curious minds who might discover this room in years to come. If you are reading these words, then you are precisely the kind of students I had hoped would find this place. Those who seek quiet, learning, and perhaps a touch of mystery. I created this reading room in the year 1876, during my tenure as headmistress. Hogwarts has always been filled with wonders, but I found myself wishing for a truly peaceful space, where studious pupils could retreat from the hustle and bustle of school life, a place that would provide not just quiet, but comfort, inspiration, and occasionally guidance. Within these walls, you will find a collection of rare and wonderful books, each carefully selected to nurture curious minds. Some contain forgotten spells, others tell tales of adventures long past, and a few, like this one, hold memories and stories of Hogwarts itself. Would you care to hear one such story? The hour grows late, and perhaps a tale of old Hogwarts would be a pleasant way to pass the time as the rain falls outside. Harry looked at his friends. "What do you think?" "I'm curious," Hermione admitted, "and the book doesn't seem dangerous. It's just offering to tell us a story." "Like a magical bedtime story," Ron said with a small laugh. "Why not? It's not like we have anywhere else to be." Harry nodded and spoke to the book, feeling only slightly foolish. "Yes, we'd like to hear a story." New words flowed across the page. "Excellent. Make yourselves comfortable then. The best stories should always be enjoyed in the company of friends, with warm drinks at hand and a fire crackling nearby." Hermione refilled their tea mugs while Ron added another log to the fire. Harry shifted in his armchair, settling in as the book began its tale. This is the story of the Midnight Library and the secret it kept for over 3 centuries. In the early days of Hogwarts, when the 4 founders still walked these halls, there came a winter so bitter that even the Great Lake froze solid from shore to shore. Snow piled in drifts against the castle walls, and icy winds howled through every crack and crevice. During this harsh winter, a young student named Eleanor Ravenflight found herself unable to sleep on most nights. She was a quiet, thoughtful girl with a particular gift for charms, but she suffered terribly from nightmares that left her gasping and trembling in the darkness of her dormitory. To avoid disturbing her housemates, Eleanor would slip from her bed each night and wander the castle, wrapped in her thickest cloak, seeking solace in the quiet corridors. It was on one such night, as she walked aimlessly past midnight, that she discovered something wonderful. On the 4th floor, in a corridor seldom used even during daylight hours, Eleanor noticed a door she had never seen before. It was made of dark wood, polished to a gentle shine, with a handle shaped like an open book. Curious, Despite her tiredness, she turned the handle and stepped inside. What she found was a library unlike any other at Hogwarts. It was small and circular, much like this very room, with shelves that reached from floor to ceiling. But the truly remarkable thing was that every book on those shelves glowed with a soft blue-white light, illuminating the room with their combined radiance. As Eleanor moved further into the room, she realized something else. The books were whispering. Not in the unsettling manner of dark, magical objects, but soothingly, like a gentle stream or a summer breeze through leaves. The whispers formed no distinct words, yet somehow they conveyed meaning. Stories and knowledge and wisdom flowing through the air like music. Night after night, Eleanor returned to this magical library. She would sit in a comfortable chair that seemed to have been placed there just for her, and listen to the whispers of the books until her eyelids grew heavy and her mind calm. For the first time in months, she found herself sleeping peacefully, the nightmares kept at bay by the stories that filled her dreams instead. What Eleanor didn't know was that she was not the first student to find comfort in the Midnight Library. Helga Hufflepuff herself had created this special place for those students who found themselves awake and troubled in the darkest hours, when the rest of the castle slept. The books were enchanted with fragments of pleasant dreams and peaceful thought. The magic of the Midnight Library was subtle but powerful. The books never told the same story twice, always sensing what the reader needed most to hear. Some nights they offered adventures to excite the imagination. Other nights they shared gentle tales of friendship and courage. And always, they ended with a sense of resolution and peace that carried the listener softly into slumber. As the book paused in its storytelling, Harry realized that the floating candles in the room had dimmed slightly, creating an even cozier atmosphere. The rain outside the enchanted window had softened to a gentle patter, and the fire burned low and steady in the grate. He felt a pleasant heaviness settling over him, a comfortable drowsiness that was not quite sleep, but something close to it. Looking over, he saw that Ron's eyes were half closed, his book lying forgotten on his chest. Hermione was still awake, but her usual keen alertness had softened, her posture relaxed as she curled deeper into her armchair. The book on Harry's lap continued. Eleanor kept the Midnight Library a secret, though not out of selfishness. Rather, she understood instinctively that this was a place that revealed itself only to those who truly needed it, when they needed it most. And she was right. Throughout the centuries, the Midnight Library has appeared to countless students in their hours of need, offering comfort and respite. But there is one particular secret that the Midnight Library keeps, one that even Helga Hufflepuff did not fully understand when she created it. For you see, the books do not merely tell stories, they remember them. Every student who has ever found solace within those whispering walls has left behind a trace of themselves, a fragment of their own tale that becomes woven into the library's collection. Eleanor Ravenflight's story did not end with her discovery of the Midnight Library. In her 7th year at Hogwarts, she used her exceptional talent for charms to create something remarkable, a spell that could capture the essence of dreams and memories, preserving them like flowers pressed between pages. Her work built upon what Hufflepuff had begun, enhancing and strengthening the magic of the Midnight Library for generations to come. The spell was complex, requiring not just precise wand work, but also a genuine desire to share one's experiences for the benefit of others. Eleanor taught it to a handful of trusted friends before she graduated, and they in turn passed it on to worthy successors. Thus began a tradition that continues to this day, the Keepers of Midnight Dreams, students who maintain and protect the magic of the library, adding their own stories to its whispers, before passing the responsibility to the next generation. How does one recognize a keeper? They are not marked by any badge or symbol, nor do they announce themselves openly, but they can be spotted by the attentive observer. They are the ones who move through the castle after curfew without fear of discovery, who speak to portraits as equals rather than curiosities, who sometimes pause in empty corridors as though listening to voices no one else can hear. The current keepers walk the halls of Hogwarts even now, though they may be unknown even to each other. The magic of the Midnight Library calls to them gradually, revealing itself in dreams and whispers until they find their way to the door with the book-shaped handle. But I digress. You asked for a story, not a revelation of ancient secrets. Perhaps I have said too much already, or perhaps you were meant to hear this tale, just as Eleanor was meant to find that door on a cold winter's night so many centuries ago. The words stopped flowing across the page, leaving a moment of thoughtful silence in the room. Harry found himself wondering about the Midnight Library, whether it still existed somewhere in the castle, and who among the current students might be its keepers. "Do you think it's real?" Ron asked, his voice soft with drowsiness. "The Midnight Library?" "It could be," Hermione said, stifling a yawn. "Hogwarts has so many secrets. We discover new ones every year." "Maybe we should look for it," Harry suggested, though he made no move to get up from his comfortable chair. "Another night, when we're not so comfortable," Ron supplied with a sleepy grin. "Exactly." The book in Harry's lap began to write again. "If you wish to hear more tales of Hogwarts' hidden wonders, you need only ask. But be warned, stories have power, especially those that have been kept secret for centuries. Once heard, they cannot be unheard, and knowledge brings with it responsibility. There is a riddle woven into the tale I have just shared, a clue to finding the Midnight Library for those clever enough to unravel it. But the hour grows late, and perhaps that is an adventure for another day. The candles burn low and the rain falls soft against the window. The night embraces Hogwarts in its gentle darkness, and all throughout the castle dreams are beginning to bloom like night flowers. Harry felt his eyelids growing heavier with each sentence. The book's words had taken on an almost hypnotic quality, like a lullaby transcribed onto paper. He fought to keep his eyes open, wanting to read more, but the warmth of the room and the soft sounds around him were making it increasingly difficult. Beside him, Ron had already dozed off, his breathing deep and even. Hermione was still awake, but barely, her book lying forgotten in her lap as she gazed dreamily into the fire. The words continued to appear, slower now, as though the book itself were growing sleepy. "Before you drift into slumber, young seekers, I shall leave you with one final thought. The most powerful magic at Hogwarts has never been found in spellbooks or potions, or even in the teachings of its most brilliant professors. Rather, it exists in the connections between those who call this castle home. In friendship, in courage, in the quiet moments of understanding that pass between kindred spirits. Just as you three found each other, and then found this hidden room, so too have countless others discovered that the true treasure of Hogwarts lies not in its secrets, but in the hearts of those with whom we share them. Sleep now, and dream of wonders yet to be discovered." The words faded from the page, and the book gently closed itself on Harry's lap. The candles dimmed further until only the fireplace provided any light, casting long, soft shadows across the room. Outside the enchanted window, the rain had stopped, and stars were beginning to peek through breaks in the clouds. Harry wanted to say something to his friends, to share his thoughts about the story they had just read, but the peaceful drowsiness was too powerful to resist. He felt himself slipping into that pleasant state between wakefulness and sleep, where thoughts flow like water and dreams begin to take shape at the edges of consciousness. His last coherent thought before sleep claimed him entirely was a simple one. In all his years at Hogwarts, with all its dangers and challenges, he had never felt more at home than he did right now, in this hidden room with his two best friends, surrounded by ancient books and floating candles, and the lingering echo of a story that might or might not be true. The night deepened, and the three friends slept, their dreams filled with whispering books and secret libraries, and doors that appeared only to those who truly needed them. And somewhere in the castle, perhaps on the 4th floor in a seldom-used corridor, a handle shaped like an open book might have glowed softly for just a moment, as if in recognition of kindred spirits dreaming nearby. Morning came gently to the hidden reading nook behind the tapestry of Morgana's garden. Sunlight filtered through the enchanted window, casting a warm golden glow across the sleeping forms of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The fire had burned down to embers during the night, but the room remained comfortably warm. Harry woke first, blinking in momentary confusion at his unfamiliar surroundings. Then the events of the previous evening came back to him. Finding the tapestry, discovering the secret room, reading the magical book that told stories of Hogwarts' past. He sat up slowly, careful not to disturb the book that still rested on his lap. The mysterious volume looked ordinary in the morning light, just an old book bound in faded red leather, with no hint of the magic it had displayed the night before. Harry opened it cautiously, but the pages remained blank. Whatever enchantment had brought Headmistress Mole's words to life seemed to have faded with the night. Across from him, Hermione stirred, stretching her arms above her head with a small yawn. "Good morning," she murmured, her voice still thick with sleep. "What time is it?" Harry checked his watch. "Just past 7, still early." Ron snored softly from his position on the sofa, one arm dangling toward the floor, his book of Quidditch strategies lying open where it had fallen. "Should we wake him?" Harry asked. Hermione shook her head with a fond smile. "Let him sleep a bit longer. It's Saturday anyway. No classes." She stood up and walked over to the enchanted window, gazing out at the view of the grounds. The storm had passed during the night, leaving behind a freshly washed landscape that sparkled in the morning sun. The forbidden forest was a deep green expanse in the distance, and wisps of mist rose from the great lake as the water warmed in the sunlight. "It's beautiful," she said softly. "I can see why Headmistress Mole created this place. It's perfect for studying, or reading, or just thinking." Harry joined her at the window, the book tucked under his arm. "Do you think we'll be able to find it again? This room, I mean?" "I hope so," Hermione replied. "I'd like to explore these bookshelves properly. There must be so much knowledge here that isn't available anywhere else in the castle." Harry glanced down at the book he was holding. "What about the Midnight Library? Do you think that's real too?" Hermione's eyes lit up with that familiar spark of intellectual curiosity. "It would be fascinating if it were. A library that appears only to those who need it, with books that whisper stories tailored to the reader. It's remarkably complex magic, but not impossible," Harry pointed out. "Not at Hogwarts." "No," she agreed. "Not at Hogwarts." They stood in companionable silence for a moment, watching as a flock of birds soared across the sky outside. Then Hermione turned to the bookshelves, her fingers trailing lightly over the spines of the ancient volumes. "The book mentioned a riddle," she said thoughtfully, "a clue to finding the Midnight Library hidden in the story it told us." Harry frowned, trying to recall the details. Something about keepers who walk the halls without fear of being caught after curfew, and a door with a handle shaped like a book. "On the 4th floor, in a seldom-used corridor," Hermione added. "But which corridor? Hogwarts has dozens of them. And the door probably doesn't appear all the time, Harry said. Like the room of requirement, it might only show itself under certain conditions. Hermione nodded, her mind clearly racing with possibilities. The story mentioned that Eleanor found it when she couldn't sleep and was wandering the castle at night, and that the library reveals itself to those who truly need it. So, would need to be having trouble sleeping and wandering the castle past midnight, Harry summarized. That shouldn't be too difficult to arrange, given our track record. Ron's voice, groggy with sleep, joined the conversation. Are you two already plotting our next midnight adventure? Can't we at least have breakfast first? They turned to see him sitting up on the sofa, his red hair sticking up at odd angles, rubbing his eyes with the back of his hand. Morning, Ron, Harry grinned. And yes, we're discussing the possibility of finding another secret room. But breakfast is definitely the priority right now. Hermione glanced at her watch. The Great Hall should be serving breakfast already. We should probably head back to the common room first, though, to change and freshen up. Ron stood, stretching his long limbs with a satisfied groan. That was the best sleep I've had in ages. These chairs are even more comfortable than our beds. It's probably part of the enchantment, Hermione suggested, gathering her things. The room is designed for comfort and relaxation. Harry looked around, reluctant to leave their cozy sanctuary. Should we take any of these books with us, to study the riddle more carefully? Hermione hesitated, clearly tempted. I'm not sure if they're meant to leave the room. Magical libraries can be very particular about their books. As if in response to her concern, a small note appeared on the writing desk in the corner. Elegant script flowing across a piece of parchment that hadn't been there moments before. Harry walked over and picked it up. The books belong to this sanctuary and cannot cross its threshold, he read aloud. But knowledge once gained travels wherever the mind goes. You are welcome to return whenever you seek quiet, comfort, or the wisdom of these shelves. Well, that answers that question, Ron said. Looks like we'll have to come back if we want to read more. Harry carefully returned the mysterious red book to its place on the shelf, noting its position so he could find it again. The whispering he had heard the previous night remained silent, but he had the distinct impression that the book was somehow aware of being handled, like a cat that tolerates being petted but maintains its independence. They gathered their belongings and made their way to the door, which appeared as a simple wooden portal in the curved wall of the room. Before they left, Hermione turned back to take one last look. It really is wonderful, she said softly. Thank you for finding it, Harry. Harry smiled, feeling a warm glow of satisfaction. It wasn't often that they discovered something at Hogwarts that was purely benevolent, with no hidden dangers or dark secrets, just a peaceful haven created by a thoughtful headmistress for students who needed a quiet retreat. With a gentle push, Harry opened the door, and they stepped back into the corridor. The tapestry of Morgana's garden at twilight shifted silently behind them, concealing the entrance once more. It seemed less faded now, its colors more vibrant in the morning light, as though their visit had somehow renewed its magic. The three friends made their way back to Gryffindor Tower, discussing the story they had read and the possibility of finding the Midnight Library. The corridors were still quiet, with most students taking advantage of the weekend to sleep in. I'm surprised we didn't get caught by Filch last night, Ron commented as they climbed a moving staircase. Usually our nighttime wanderings end with us running for our lives. Maybe the castle wanted us to find that room, Harry suggested. Hogwarts has its own kind of magic, doesn't it? Beyond the spells and enchantments, I mean. Hermione nodded thoughtfully. The founders put so much of themselves into this place. It's more than just a school. It's almost like a living entity sometimes. They reached the portrait of the fat lady, who was dozing lightly in her frame. her head tilted at an uncomfortable-looking angle. "Quid agis," Harry said, speaking the current password. The fat lady startled awake, blinking rapidly. "Oh, yes, very well," she mumbled, swinging forward to admit them. The common room was beginning to stir with early rising students. A group of 7th years sat at a table by the window, already deep in study for their NEX exams. A few younger students played a quiet game of exploding snap in the corner, trying not to disturb anyone. "Meet back down here in 20 minutes, Harry suggested. "Then we can head to breakfast." Hermione and Ron agreed, and they separated to their respective dormitories. Harry found his room empty. The other boys must have already gone down to breakfast or were still sleeping behind their closed bed curtains. He quickly changed into fresh clothes, ran a comb through his perpetually messy hair, which made little difference, and splashed some cold water on his face to wash away the last traces of sleepiness. As he was about to leave, Harry paused, struck by a sudden thought. He opened his trunk and dug through it until he found what he was looking for: the Marauder's map. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," he murmured, tapping the parchment with his wand. Ink lines spread across the page, forming the familiar map of Hogwarts, with its hundreds of labeled dots representing everyone in the castle. Harry quickly located the 4th floor, scanning the corridors for anything unusual. A room labeled Midnight Library, perhaps, or a space that seemed to exist in one moment and disappear the next. But the map showed nothing out of the ordinary, just the expected corridors, classrooms, and storage spaces, with a few dots representing early rising students or patrolling professors. Harry frowned, wondering if the Marauders had never discovered the Midnight Library during their time at Hogwarts, or if it truly only appeared under specific conditions that weren't met when they created the map. "Mischief managed," he said, tapping the map again and watching the ink fade away. He tucked it into his pocket, thinking it might come in handy later. After breakfast in the Great Hall, the 3 friends spent the day catching up on homework and discussing their plans to search for the Midnight Library. As evening approached, they grew more restless, eager to begin their night's adventure. "We should wait until at least midnight before we try to find the library," Harry advised as they sat in a quiet corner of the common room. "That seems to be when it's most likely to appear, based on the story." "And we need to be in the right frame of mind," Hermione added. "Remember, it only reveals itself to those who truly need it." "That shouldn't be hard," Ron said with a wry smile. "Between exams, Quidditch, and all the usual Hogwarts drama, I think we all need a bit of comfort now and then." As the evening wore on and the common room gradually emptied, they prepared for their expedition. Harry collected his invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map, while Hermione noted down the key elements of the riddle from their earlier conversation. "The 4th floor, eastern side," she murmured, tapping her quill against her parchment. "A door with a handle shaped like a book, and it only appears to those who need comfort or guidance during sleepless nights." "Sounds straightforward enough," Ron said, though his tone suggested otherwise. When the clock on the wall showed 11:30 and the last few Gryffindors had finally gone up to their dormitories, the 3 friends huddled under the invisibility cloak and slipped out through the portrait hole. The corridors of Hogwarts were dark and silent, lit only by the occasional torch or the moonlight streaming through tall windows. They moved carefully, consulting the Marauder's map to avoid Filch, Mrs. Norris, or any patrolling prefects. They reached the 4th floor without incident and began to explore the eastern wing. The corridors here were less familiar, housing mostly unused classrooms and storage spaces that had fallen out of use as student numbers fluctuated over the years. "This feels right," Hermione whispered as they entered a particularly dim corridor. "It's seldom used, just like the story said." They moved slowly, examining every inch of the walls for any sign of a door with a book-shaped handle. But despite their careful search, the corridor revealed nothing but solid stone walls, dusty portraits, and the occasional suit of armor. "Maybe we need to be more specific about what we're looking for," Harry suggested after their third sweep of the area. "The story said the library reveals itself to those who truly need it. What if we need to focus on why we need it?" Hermione nodded. "That makes sense. In the story, Eleanor needed comfort from her nightmares. What do we need?" They paused, considering this question. What did they truly need that the Midnight Library could provide? Rest, knowledge, escape from the pressures of school? "I think," Harry said slowly, "that what I need most right now is perspective. With everything that's happened over the years and everything that's still to come, I sometimes lose sight of what's really important. And I need reassurance," Hermione admitted quietly, "that all the studying and work is worth it in the end. That I'm on the right path."
Ron was silent for a moment, then offered, "I need to know that I'm enough. That I don't have to be the best at everything to be valued."
The honesty of these admissions hung in the air between them, creating a moment of vulnerability that was rare among even the closest of friends. And perhaps it was this very openness, this willingness to acknowledge their deeper needs, that triggered the magic. For as they stood there, something began to change in the corridor. It was subtle at first, a slight shimmer in the air like heat rising from stone in summer. Then, slowly, a section of the wall between two torches began to transform. The stones seemed to melt and reform, revealing the outline of a door where there had been none before. And there, at the center of the door, was a handle shaped exactly like an open book, its metal gleaming softly in the torchlight. "It worked!" Hermione breathed, her eyes wide with wonder. Harry reached out and touched the handle. It was warm beneath his fingers, almost alive, and as he turned it, the door swung inward without a sound, revealing a space suffused with a gentle blue-white glow. The three friends exchanged looks of excitement and anticipation, then stepped forward together, crossing the threshold into the Midnight Library. It was everything the story had described and more, a circular room with bookshelves that reached from floor to ceiling, each volume glowing with that mysterious blue-white light. Comfortable chairs and low tables were arranged in a cozy cluster at the center, and overhead, instead of a ceiling, the night sky spread vast and star-filled, more vivid and beautiful than they had ever seen it. But what truly took their breath away was the sound. A soft, melodious whispering that filled the air, as though hundreds of voices were telling stories just below the threshold of hearing. It wasn't eerie or disturbing, but rather comforting, like the murmur of a gentle stream or leaves rustling in a summer breeze. "It's real," Ron said, his voice hushed with awe. "The Midnight Library is actually real." "Of course it's real," Hermione replied, but there was no smugness in her tone, only wonder. "This is Hogwarts, after all." Harry moved toward the nearest bookshelf, drawn by the whispering that seemed to intensify as he approached. The books were bound in leather of various colors, with no visible titles on their spines. Yet somehow, he knew that each contained stories uniquely suited to whoever opened it. As his hand hovered near a book bound in deep blue leather, he heard a whisper more clearly than the others. For the boy who lived under the stairs, who found his true home within these walls. Harry drew back slightly, startled by the personal nature of the whisper. But then, remembering why they had come, he reached out and carefully pulled the book from the shelf. The moment his fingers closed around it, the whispering changed, becoming a single, clear voice that seemed to speak directly to his mind. The story you seek is one of finding light in darkness, hope in despair, and family in friendship. Are you ready to hear it? Yes, Harry said aloud, though he wasn't sure if he needed to speak for the book to understand him. He carried the book to one of the chairs and settled into it, finding that it molded perfectly to his form, providing just the right amount of support and comfort. Ron and Hermione had each found books of their own and were similarly settling into nearby seats, their expressions a mixture of anticipation and calm. As Harry opened his book, words began to flow across the pages, forming and reforming as he read. It wasn't a story about him specifically. There were no mentions of Voldemort or prophecies or chosen ones, but it spoke to his experiences in a way that felt deeply personal. It was a tale of a young wizard who discovered that his greatest strength lay not in power or fame, but in the connections he formed with others and in the choices he made when faced with darkness. Time seemed to flow differently in the Midnight Library. Harry couldn't have said how long they sat there, reading their personalized stories, but gradually he became aware of a growing sense of peace settling over him. The worries and anxieties that had allowed him to find the door in the first place hadn't disappeared, but they had somehow been put into perspective, made more manageable. When he finally looked up from his book, he saw that Ron had fallen asleep in his chair, his book open on his chest, rising and falling with his steady breathing. Hermione was still reading, but her eyelids were drooping and she stifled a yawn as she turned another page. Harry carefully closed his book, feeling a sense of completion rather than interruption. The story had said what it needed to say, given him what he needed to receive. As he returned it to the shelf, he noticed that the blue-white glow of the books had dimmed slightly, creating an even more soothing atmosphere. He settled back into his chair, feeling drowsiness wash over him in gentle waves. Above, the stars twinkled in their dark velvet sky, some forming patterns he recognized, others creating constellations he had never seen before. His last thought before sleep claimed him was a curious one. Was this what Hogwarts had always been meant to be? Not just a school for learning spells and brewing potions, but a place where young witches and wizards could find what they truly needed, whether that was knowledge, companionship, adventure, or simply a peaceful moment in a world that often demanded too much too soon. And somewhere in the distance, as if in response to his unspoken question, the whispers of the Midnight Library seemed to form a single word that followed Harry into his dreams. The following morning, Harry, Ron, and Hermione decided to keep their discovery of the Midnight Library to themselves. It felt like a special secret, something precious they had found together that might lose its magic if shared too widely. Throughout the day, they exchanged meaningful glances whenever they passed the fourth-floor corridor, a private acknowledgement of what lay hidden within its walls. That evening, after dinner in the Great Hall, they retreated to the Gryffindor common room. The space was crowded as usual, filled with chattering students playing exploding Snap, working on homework, or simply lounging by the fire. Harry sat by the window, gazing out at the darkening sky. It was a clear night, the first after several days of rain, and the stars were beginning to appear one by one against the deepening blue. "Look at that," he said, as Ron and Hermione joined him. "Perfect night for stargazing." "It is rather beautiful," Hermione agreed, settling into the window seat beside him. "I've always thought the stars look different from Hogwarts than they do at home, more vibrant somehow." "That's because there's less Muggle light pollution here," Ron explained, surprising them both with his knowledge. When they stared at him, he shrugged. "What?" "Charlie used to be really into astronomy before he got obsessed with dragons. Said the stars at Hogwarts were the clearest he'd ever seen." Harry continued to gaze upward, feeling a strange pull toward the night sky. Perhaps it was their experience in the Midnight Library, with its enchanted ceiling of stars that had awakened this interest. Or perhaps it was simply the beauty of the clear night after so many days of clouds and rain. "We should go up to the astronomy tower," he suggested suddenly. "Get a proper look." Hermione frowned slightly. "It's after hours for being up there, unless we have a class." "Since when has that stopped us?" Ron grinned. Hermione tried to look disapproving, but Harry could see the spark of interest in her eyes. After their adventure to find the Midnight Library, the idea of another nighttime exploration held a certain appeal. "We do have the invisibility cloak," Harry reminded her, "and the map. We could avoid getting caught. And it would be educational," Ron added with exaggerated innocence. "Isn't that what you're always telling us, Hermione, to take our studies seriously?" She rolled her eyes, but couldn't suppress a smile. "Fine. But if we get caught and lose house points, I'm blaming both of you." They waited until the common room had emptied, pretending to be deeply engrossed in homework as the other Gryffindors gradually drifted off to bed. When they were finally alone, Harry retrieved his invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map from his dormitory. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," he whispered, tapping the parchment with his wand. Ink lines spread across the page, revealing the familiar layout of Hogwarts and the tiny labeled dots representing its inhabitants. Most were clustered in their respective dormitories, with a few teachers patrolling the corridors as expected. Filch was in his office, and Mrs. Norris appeared to be lurking on the second floor. "The coast is clear," Harry said, scanning the route to the astronomy tower. "Looks like Professor Sinistra isn't up there tonight either." The three friends huddled under the invisibility cloak, which was getting to be a tighter fit as they grew older, and cautiously made their way out of the portrait hole. The fat lady mumbled something about disturbances at all hours, but was too sleepy to pay much attention to the apparently empty air passing by her frame. The corridors of Hogwarts were quiet and dimly lit, most of the torches having been extinguished for the night. Moonlight streamed through the windows, casting long, silvery shadows across the stone floors. Their footsteps, though they tried to move quietly, echoed slightly in the stillness. "Lumos," Hermione whispered, and the tip of her wand illuminated with a soft, pearly light, just bright enough to help them navigate the darker passages. They consulted the map frequently, taking detours to avoid Peeves, who was bouncing around the third floor, and Professor McGonagall, who appeared to be heading back to her quarters from the library. The journey to the astronomy tower took longer than usual due to these precautions, but eventually they found themselves climbing the spiral staircase that led to the highest point in the castle. As they emerged onto the open observation platform, they were greeted by a gentle breeze and the vast expanse of the night sky spread out above them like an endless sea of darkness studded with diamonds. Without the walls of the castle to confine them, they could finally remove the invisibility cloak, and Harry folded it carefully over his arm. "It's beautiful," Hermione breathed, her face upturned to the heavens. And it was. From this vantage point, with no trees or buildings to obstruct the view, the sky seemed infinite. The stars were incredibly bright and numerous, scattered across the darkness in familiar patterns and mysterious clusters. The Milky Way arched overhead, a misty river of light flowing from horizon to horizon. Ron walked to the stone parapet at the edge of the tower, leaning against it as he gazed outward. Charlie was right, you can see everything from up here. Harry joined him, feeling the cool night air on his face. The grounds of Hogwarts stretched out below them, a patchwork of shadows and moonlight. The Forbidden Forest was a dark mass at the edge of his vision, and the Great Lake reflected the stars like a perfect mirror. "Look, there's Orion," Hermione said, pointing to a distinctive pattern of stars. "And Sirius, the dog star." Harry followed her finger, finding the bright star that shared a name with his godfather. The thought brought a mix of emotions, grief at Sirius's loss, but also a strange comfort in seeing his namesake shining so steadily in the night sky. And there's the Pleiades, Ron added, indicating a small cluster of stars. The Seven Sisters. Mum used to tell us stories about them when we were little. They continued like this for a while, pointing out constellations they recognized and making up stories for patterns they didn't. The telescopes that normally occupied the tower during their astronomy classes had been stored away, but they found they didn't need them. The night was so clear that even the fainter stars were visible to the naked eye. It was during a comfortable lull in their conversation, as they stood in silent appreciation of the view, that Harry noticed something unusual. "Look at that star," he said, pointing to a point of light near the constellation of Cassiopeia. "Is it flickering?" Hermione and Ron followed his gaze. The star in question was indeed behaving strangely. Unlike the steady glow of the stars around it, this one seemed to pulse, growing brighter and then dimmer in an irregular pattern. "That's odd," Hermione frowned. "Stars do twinkle because of the Earth's atmosphere, but not like that." "Maybe it's a plane," Ron suggested. "Dad's told me about those muggle flying machines." "No, it's not moving," Harry said, still watching the strange star. "And the pattern seems almost deliberate." They stared at it intently, trying to make sense of the phenomenon. The star continued its peculiar flickering, almost as if it were trying to communicate in some primitive code. "It reminds me of something," Hermione said slowly, her brow furrowed in concentration. "Something I read about in Hogwarts, a history," Ron finished for her, a teasing note in his voice. "No, actually," she replied, too engrossed in her thoughts to rise to the bait. "It was in Celestial Whispers, that book I found in the hidden reading room. There was a chapter on magical astronomy." She trailed off, then suddenly snapped her fingers. "I've got it. It mentioned something called astral signaling, a method ancient wizards used to communicate over long distances before more sophisticated magical methods were developed." "Like magical Morse code?" Harry asked, thinking of the flickering light. "Exactly." Hermione's eyes were bright with excitement. "But to receive the message, you need a specific charm. It was... oh, what was it?" She closed her eyes, clearly attempting to recall the precise details from the book. Harry and Ron exchanged amused glances over her head, familiar with this particular expression of intense concentration. "Got it," she exclaimed after a moment. "It's Calum Revelio, similar to the regular revealing charm, but specifically for celestial phenomena." "Worth a try," Harry shrugged. Hermione raised her wand toward the flickering star, her movements deliberate and precise. "Calum Revelio," she spoke clearly, though not loudly. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, something began to change in the sky above them. It was subtle at first, just a slight brightening of certain stars near the flickering one, as though someone were turning up their luminosity one by one. Then, thin lines of silver light began to form between these brightened stars, connecting them in a pattern that gradually took shape before their eyes. "It's a constellation," Ron whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "One I've never seen before." Indeed, the lines had formed a distinct image in the sky. A wand with a glowing tip, surrounded by what appeared to be radiating beams of light. "The wand light," Hermione breathed. "I thought it was just a legend. It's not in any modern astronomy books." "What is it?" Harry asked, unable to take his eyes off the shimmering pattern above them. "According to Celestial Whispers, it's a constellation that was known only to wizards, invisible to muggles even with their most powerful telescopes." It was said to appear over places of great magical significance during certain celestial alignments. Like Hogwarts, Ron nodded, understanding. Exactly. But the book said it had been lost for centuries, that the knowledge of how to see it had faded over time. The last recorded sighting was over 400 years ago. They stood in silence for a moment, absorbing the significance of what they were witnessing, a piece of magical history that had been hidden in the stars above them all along, waiting for someone to remember how to look for it. Then Harry noticed something else. "Look there," he said, pointing to a section of the stone parapet directly beneath where the constellation shone brightest. "The stone is glowing." He was right. A block of stone in the parapet had begun to emit a faint, silvery luminescence that matched the light of the connected stars above. As they watched, lines began to appear on its surface, etching themselves into the stone as if an invisible hand were carving them with methodical precision. "It's a map," Hermione realized as the pattern became clearer. "A star map, but different from any I've seen in our astronomy textbooks." The three friends gathered around the glowing stone, studying the intricate design that had formed on its surface. It showed a complex arrangement of stars and celestial bodies, with various symbols and thin lines connecting them in a web-like pattern. Around the edges were inscriptions in what appeared to be ancient rune. "Can you read it?" Ron asked Hermione, knowing she had taken ancient runes. She leaned closer, her fingers hovering just above the glowing inscriptions as she traced their forms. "Some of it," she said. "They're very old runes, earlier than what we typically study, but this part here seems to say something about the path of the wanderer and celestial guidance." "A path to what?" Harry wondered, still examining the map. "I'm not sure," Hermione admitted. "It would take time to translate all of this properly." As they pondered the mystery, a new development caught their attention. One of the stars on the map, positioned at what appeared to be the tip of the wand in the Wandlight constellation, began to pulse with a brighter glow. As they watched, the light seemed to detach itself from the stone and rise up, hovering in the air before them like a tiny, luminous sphere. "What's happening?" Ron asked, his voice a mix of awe and apprehension. Before anyone could answer, the sphere of light shot upward, streaking into the sky like a reverse shooting star. Their eyes followed its ascent until it aligned perfectly with the actual star at the tip of the wand constellation. For a heartbeat, everything was still. Then, without warning, a brilliant beam of light burst from that star, shooting across the heavens in a dazzling arc. It was as if someone had cast an enormous Lumos Maximus spell among the stars themselves. "A shooting star," Hermione gasped, "but not a natural one. It's being directed by the magic of the constellation." They watched, transfixed, as the magical shooting star traced a path across the sky that seemed to match certain lines on the stone map. It moved with purpose, not the random trajectory of a meteor, and left behind a trail of sparkling residue that lingered like a ribbon of starlight. "It's beautiful," Harry said softly. "Make a wish," Ron suggested, half joking. "Isn't that what muggles do when they see shooting stars?" Harry closed his eyes, though whether he actually made a wish, he didn't say. When he opened them again, he found that the star had completed its arc and was now hanging, suspended in the sky, pulsing gently, like a heartbeat. "Something's happening," Hermione whispered. The star began to expand, its light spreading outward in a shimmering wave. As it grew, images began to form within its radiance, fleeting, dreamlike visions that appeared and disappeared like reflections in disturbed water. Harry saw the great hall decorated for a celebration he didn't recognize, with banners bearing symbols he'd never seen before. He glimpsed older versions of familiar faces. Was that Neville, standing tall and confident before a group of students? The images shifted too quickly to be sure, flowing into one another like a montage of moments yet to come. "Are you seeing this?" he asked his friends, his voice hushed. "I see Hogwarts," Ron replied slowly. "But different somehow. And people, lots of people, I don't recognize." "I think we're seeing the future," Hermione breathed. "Or a possible future." The book mentioned that the Wandlight constellation was associated with prophecy and divination. The visions continued to swirl within the expanded star, showing fragments of what might come to pass. Students in Hogwarts robes walking through corridors that seemed both familiar and subtly changed. Magical creatures that Harry didn't recognize roaming the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and a great gathering of wizards and witches around a monument on the Hogwarts grounds. None of it made complete sense, and yet there was something deeply comforting about these glimpses. Despite all the changes Hogwarts endured, the magic continued. Life went on. As suddenly as it had begun, the vision faded. The expanded star contracted back to a single point of light, then shot across the sky once more before disappearing entirely. The Wandlight constellation remained visible for a few moments longer, its silvery lines connecting the brightened stars, and then it too faded, leaving only the normal night sky behind. The map on the stone parapet gave one final pulse of light, then darkened, though the etched lines remained visible if one looked closely. For a long moment, the three friends stood in silence, processing what they had witnessed. It was Harry who finally spoke. "What do you think it means?" he asked quietly. Hermione shook her head. "I'm not sure. Divination has never been the most reliable branch of magic. Those could have been possible futures, or simply symbolic representations." "I saw Hogwarts still standing," Ron said. "Years from now, from the look of it, after everything we've been through, everything that's threatened this place." "That's something." Harry nodded, feeling an unexpected sense of peace settle over him. Whatever challenges lay ahead, and he knew there would be many, Hogwarts would remain. This place that had become his true home would continue to shelter and nurture young witches and wizards long after their time here was done. "We should document the map before we leave," Hermione suggested, always practical even in the face of magical wonders. "I don't know if it will stay visible or if it only appears when the constellation is revealed." She rummaged in her pocket and produced a piece of parchment and a self-inking quill. With quick, precise movements, she began to sketch the star map and its surrounding runes, her brow furrowed in concentration. While she worked, Harry and Ron leaned against the parapet, gazing up at the now ordinary night sky. The stars still seemed especially bright tonight, but the magical constellation had vanished completely, leaving no trace of its existence except in their memories and Hermione's careful documentation. "Do you think anyone else knows about this?" Ron wondered. "Professor Sinistra? Or Dumbledore?" "Maybe," Harry said. "Hogwarts has so many secrets. I'm starting to think we've only scratched the surface of what this castle holds." "That's what makes it special," Ron nodded. 7 years here, and you could still be discovering new things on your last day." Hermione joined them, carefully folding her completed sketch and tucking it into her robes. "I've copied as much as I could. I'd like to research more about the Wandlight constellation when we have time. There must be more information somewhere in the library." "Or maybe in the Midnight Library," Harry suggested, "if it contains rare books that aren't available elsewhere in the castle." "Good thinking," she agreed. "The books there seem to respond to what we needed. If we go back with specific questions about the constellation, they might provide answers. They fell into a comfortable silence, standing shoulder to shoulder as they continued to gaze at the sky. The night had grown cooler, but none of them felt inclined to leave just yet. There was something peaceful about being here together, sharing this moment of wonder and discovery. "You know," Ron said after a while, "Charlie was right about the stars at Hogwarts, but he never mentioned anything like what we just saw." "Maybe the constellation doesn't appear very often," Hermione suggested. "Or maybe it requires specific conditions to be visible. Or maybe," Harry said softly, "it appears to those who need to see it." His friends looked at him questioningly. "Think about it," he continued. "The Midnight Library revealed itself to us because we needed its comfort and wisdom. What if the Wandlight constellation works the same way, showing itself to those who need, I don't know, guidance, hope for the future?" Hermione considered this. It would make sense. A lot of the older magic at Hogwarts seems to work that way, responding to need rather than specific incantations or wand movements. "So the castle thought we needed to see the future?" Ron asked, skeptical but intrigued. "Not the specific future," Harry clarified, "just the knowledge that there is a future, that Hogwarts continues, no matter what happens now." They pondered this idea, finding comfort in the possibility that the magic of Hogwarts was looking out for them in its own mysterious way. A chilly breeze swept across the tower, causing them to draw their robes tighter around themselves. It was getting late, and though none of them had classes early the next morning, they knew they should return to Gryffindor Tower soon. "We should head back," Hermione said reluctantly, voicing what they were all thinking. Harry nodded, unfolding the invisibility cloak. Before they disappeared beneath it, however, he took one last look at the night sky, at the countless stars shining down on Hogwarts as they had for centuries before, and would for centuries to come. "Thank you," he whispered, though whether to the stars, the castle, or the magic that permeated both, even he wasn't sure. Under the cover of the invisibility cloak, they made their way back through the quiet corridors of Hogwarts, consulting the Marauder's map to avoid any late-night encounters. The castle seemed especially peaceful tonight, as if it too were reflecting on the celestial display they had witnessed. When they reached the portrait of the fat lady, they found her dozing in her frame. "Quidagis," Harry whispered, and she startled awake, swinging forward with a sleepy grumble about students and their ridiculous hours. The common room was deserted. The fire burned down to glowing embers that cast a warm, dim light over the comfortable furniture. They removed the invisibility cloak and stood for a moment, still caught in the magical atmosphere of what they had experienced. "I think I'll head up," Ron said with a yawn. "It's been quite a night." Hermione nodded. "Me too, but first thing tomorrow I want to start researching the Wandlight constellation. There must be more information somewhere." "Here to breakfast," Ron insisted, and she smiled in agreement. "Bitter breakfast," she conceded. They said their goodnights and headed up the separate staircases to their dormitories. Harry followed Ron up the boys' spiral staircase, his mind still filled with images of the shimmering constellation and the mysterious visions they had glimpsed within the shooting star. As he changed into his pajamas and climbed into his four-poster bed, drawing the curtains around him, Harry found himself unusually at peace. The worries that often kept him awake, about Voldemort, about the prophecy, about the uncertain future that awaited him, seemed somehow less pressing tonight. He had seen in that magical shooting star that Hogwarts would endure, and if Hogwarts could withstand whatever challenges lay ahead, perhaps he could too. With that comforting thought, Harry closed his eyes and for once Sleep came easily, bringing dreams filled with stars, hidden libraries, and the enduring magic of the place he called home. The following morning dawned bright and clear, with sunlight streaming through the dormitory windows and casting warm patterns on the floor. Harry woke feeling unusually rested, the events of the previous night temporarily having the quality of a dream, until he opened his eyes and saw the marauder's map and invisibility cloak still lying on his bedside table. It had been real, the midnight library with its whispering books, the wand-light constellation shimmering against the night sky, the magical shooting star that had granted them a fleeting vision of Hogwarts' future. The realization brought a smile to his face as he dressed and prepared for the day ahead. Ron was already up and waiting in the common room when Harry came down, a rare occurrence that spoke to his friend's excitement about their nocturnal adventure. "Morning," Ron greeted him. "Slept well. Better than I have in ages," Harry admitted. "You? Same. Didn't even dream, just sort of peaceful nothing." Ron stretched, looking unusually content. "Hermione's not down yet, but she sent a message with Parvati that she's gone to the library already. Apparently she couldn't wait until after breakfast." Harry chuckled. "Of course she couldn't. Should we bring her something to eat?" "Already planned, too," Ron said, patting his pocket where Harry could see the outline of what looked like several pieces of toast wrapped in a napkin. "I've learnt my lessons over the years. When Hermione's on a research mission, food delivery is essential." They made their way out of the portrait hole and through the corridors of Hogwarts, which looked different in the morning light, mundane and familiar, with students hurrying to breakfast or early classes, a sharp contrast to the mysterious, shadow-filled passages they had navigated the night before. The library was quiet when they arrived, with only a few dedicated students scattered among the tables. Hermione was easy to spot, surrounded by a fortress of books at her usual table near the restricted section. Her hair was tied back in a messy bun, and she was so absorbed in the large tome before her that she didn't notice their approach until Ron deliberately cleared his throat. She looked up, blinking as if emerging from deep water. "Oh, good morning. I didn't realize it was so late already." "It's not," Harry assured her. "We're the ones who are early, for once." Ron produced the wrapped toast from his pocket and placed it on the table beside her. "Breakfast delivery, as promised." Hermione's expression softened with gratitude. "You're a lifesaver, Ron. Thank you." "Found anything interesting?" Harry asked, gesturing to the mountain of books. "Yes and no," Hermione replied, moving some volumes aside to make room for them to sit. "I haven't found any direct references to the wand-light constellation in the standard astronomy texts, which isn't surprising given what the book in the hidden reading room said about it being forgotten. But," Ron prompted, knowing from her tone that there was more. "But I did find some indirect mentions in a few older sources," she continued, pulling a particularly ancient-looking book toward her. "This is Celestial Magic Through the Ages, published in 1562. It includes a brief passage about the guiding light of the Wanderer's star that appears over places of great magical learning during times of significant change." "That fits with what we saw," Harry nodded. "Hogwarts is definitely a place of great magical learning, and with everything that's happening with Voldemort's return." He didn't need to finish the thought. They all knew that they were living through a time of momentous change in the wizarding world, for better or worse. "And there's something else," Hermione said, opening another book, this one bound in faded blue leather with silver constellations embossed on the cover. "This volume on magical divination mentions that true seers throughout history have sometimes received visions through what it calls the window of the wandlight. It says these visions are not fixed prophecies, but rather glimpses of what may come to pass if current paths are followed. So what we saw might not be the definite future, Harry mused, but more like possibilities? Exactly, Hermione agreed, which aligns with what we know about divination in general, that the future isn't set in stone, but can change based on choices and actions in the present. Still, Ron said, it was nice to see Hogwarts still standing, still full of students. After everything that's happened, everything that's still happening, that's something to hold on to. They fell silent for a moment, each reflecting on the comfort that vision had provided. In a time when so much seemed uncertain, the knowledge that Hogwarts would endure, that the place that had become home to all of them would continue to shelter future generations of young witches and wizards, was indeed something worth holding on to. "What about the map?" Harry asked after a while. "The one that appeared on the stone parapet. Have you found anything about that?" Hermione reached into her robes and pulled out the careful sketch she had made the night before, smoothing it on the table between them. In the light of day, the intricate pattern of stars and connecting lines looked even more complex, the ancient runes around the edges mysterious and compelling. "I've made some progress translating the runes," she said, pointing to her notes scribbled in the margins of the sketch. "It's definitely a navigation system of some kind, but not in the traditional sense. It doesn't map physical locations on Earth, but rather what the text refers to as the paths between realms of magic." "Realms of magic," Ron repeated, brow furrowed. "What does that mean?" "I'm not entirely sure," Hermione admitted. "The text is cryptic, written in an older form of runic script that's challenging to translate precisely. But from what I can gather, the ancient wizards who created the Wandlight constellation believed that magic existed in different dimensions, I suppose you could say. Different aspects or facets of magical reality that could be accessed under specific conditions." Harry studied the map, tracing the intricate lines with his finger. "And these lines show the paths between these realms?" "I think so," Hermione nodded. "The constellation itself seems to serve as a key or a guide, appearing when the boundaries between these realms are at their thinnest. Like the shooting star we saw," Harry mused. "It wasn't just showing us visions of the future, it was actually opening a window to it, however briefly." "That's my theory," Hermione agreed. "But there's so much more to understand. The runes mention other realms beyond just past and future. Realms of dream, memory, elemental magic, and others I haven't fully deciphered yet. Do you think the Midnight Library could be connected to one of these realms?" Ron asked, surprising them both with his insight. It did seem to exist in a space that wasn't quite normal Hogwarts, with all those whispering books and the way it only appears to those who need it. Hermione's eyes widened. "That's brilliant, Ron. It would explain why the library contains knowledge that isn't found elsewhere in Hogwarts. It's drawing from a different realm of magical information." Harry felt a familiar thrill of discovery, the same feeling he'd experienced when they'd first found the hidden reading room, and later the Midnight Library. Hogwarts had always been a place of wonders and secrets, but these recent discoveries suggested layers of magic even more profound than they had imagined. "So what do we do with this information?" he asked, gesturing to the star map sketch. Hermione bit her lip thoughtfully. "For now, I think we should continue researching. There's clearly more to learn about both the Wandlight constellation and the Midnight Library, and we should try to visit the library again. It might provide more specific information, now that we know what to ask for." "And the star map itself?" Ron prompted. "I'd like to try recreating it more accurately," Hermione decided. Tonight's too cloudy according to the weather prediction charm on the common room notice board, but tomorrow night should be clear again. We could go back to the astronomy tower and see if the constellation reappears. It might not, Harry cautioned, remembering their theory that the magical constellation revealed itself based on need rather than regular astronomical cycles. True, Hermione acknowledged, but it's worth trying, and even if it doesn't show itself again right away, we can at least study the stone parapet more carefully in better light. They agreed on this plan and spent a little more time discussing their discoveries before Hermione reluctantly admitted she needed to work on an essay for Professor McGonagall, and they all had charms homework due the following day. They packed up their notes, returned the library books to their shelves, and headed out to face the more mundane aspects of their day. But as they walked through the corridors of Hogwarts, Harry found his thoughts continuously returning to the night sky, the mysterious constellation, and the brief glimpse they had been granted of a future where Hogwarts still stood tall and proud. It gave him a sense of purpose, a reminder of what they were fighting to preserve in these increasingly dark times. That night, as predicted, clouds covered the sky, obscuring the stars entirely. Harry stood at the window of his dormitory for a while, watching the misty darkness and thinking about the wonders they had witnessed. When he finally climbed into bed, his dreams were filled with stars that moved in intricate patterns, whispering books that shared ancient secrets, and a sense of peace that followed him into waking. The next night proved clear, as Hermione had hoped, and after dinner the three friends found themselves drawn once more to the astronomy tower. They waited until after curfew, using the invisibility cloak and marauder's map to navigate the castle unseen, and emerged onto the tower's observation platform, just as the last traces of twilight were fading from the western horizon. The night was even clearer than it had been during their previous visit, with a crispness to the air that made the stars seem to sparkle with unusual brilliance. They removed the cloak once they were certain they were alone, and Hermione immediately set to work, examining the stone parapet where the star map had appeared. "It's still here," she said excitedly, running her fingers over faint lines etched into the stone. "Very faint, but definitely the same pattern we saw the other night." Harry and Ron joined her, squinting at the barely visible markings. In the pale moonlight, the intricate design was difficult to make out, but once they knew what to look for, they could trace the delicate web of lines and symbols. "Lumos," Hermione whispered, directing her wand's light at the etched pattern. The soft illumination helped a little, but the markings remained stubbornly faint. "Maybe it needs the constellation to fully activate it," Ron suggested, glancing up at the star-filled sky. "Where was the flickering star we saw?" Harry scanned the heavens, trying to recall the exact position. "Near Cassiopeia, I think. There." He pointed to a section of sky where the distinctive W shape of the constellation was clearly visible. They all looked up, searching the area he had indicated, but all the stars burned with the steady light of normal celestial bodies. There was no sign of the unusual flickering that had caught their attention before. "Perhaps it only appears at certain times," Hermione suggested, trying to hide her disappointment. "Or under specific astronomical conditions. Or when we need it," Harry reminded her, echoing their earlier theory. They continued to observe the sky for a while longer, Hermione occasionally consulting a star chart she had brought along and making notes about the positions of various celestial bodies. Despite the absence of the wand-like constellation, there was something peaceful about being up on the tower together, surrounded by the vastness of the night sky. After about an hour, Hermione sighed and rolled up her chart. "I don't think it's going to appear tonight," she admitted. "Worth a try, though," Ron said, surprisingly chipper despite the lack of magical phenomena. "And it's nice up here anyway, quiet." They were preparing to leave, Harry already unfolding the invisibility cloak, when a soft sound caught their attention. A gentle, musical note that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. "Did you hear that?" Harry asked, freezing in place. His friends nodded, their expressions a mixture of surprise and curiosity. The note came again, slightly longer this time, followed by another at a different pitch. It was like the sound of crystal glasses being played with a wet finger, pure and resonant, but with no visible source. "It's coming from," Ron began, turning in a slow circle as he tried to pinpoint the direction. "The stars," Hermione breathed, her face upturned. "Look." Above them, the stars had begun to pulse subtly in rhythm with the mysterious notes, as if the very fabric of the night sky were responding to some celestial music. It wasn't just a single star this time, but dozens of them, scattered across the heavens like the keys of some vast astronomical instrument. The melody grew more complex, additional notes joining in a haunting harmony that raised goosebumps on Harry's arms. It was beautiful, but alien, unlike any music he had ever heard before, both ancient and timeless, like the cosmic equivalent of a phoenix's song. As the starry symphony continued, something began to change in the sky above them. Points of light that had been invisible moments before winked into existence, filling the spaces between the familiar constellations. Lines of silvery radiance stretched between these new stars, forming patterns that shifted and transformed with the music. "It's happening again," Harry said quietly, hardly daring to speak louder for fear of interrupting the magical display. But different this time. Instead of revealing a single hidden constellation, the entire sky seemed to be reconfiguring itself, showing them a celestial map that few had ever been privileged to see. The Wandlight constellation appeared again, more vivid than before, but now they could see that it was just one element in a much larger pattern, a key that unlocked the door to this hidden layer of the heavens. The stone parapet beneath their hands began to warm, and the faint etchings suddenly blazed with the same silvery light as the lines connecting the stars above. The star map was activating again, responding to the magical display overhead. But it wasn't just the parapet. As they watched in amazement, similar lines of light began to appear all across the floor of the astronomy tower, spreading outward from where they stood, until the entire circular platform was covered in a glowing replica of the star map above. "It's beautiful," Hermione whispered, turning slowly to take in the full 360-degree display surrounding them. "Look there," Ron pointed to a section of the floor map near their feet. "That symbol, it looks like a book." He was right. Among the intricate web of lines and celestial symbols, there was a small but distinct icon that resembled an open book, with rays of light emanating from its pages. The Midnight Library, Harry realized. It's showing its location in relation to the star map. Hermione knelt down to examine it more closely. "And here," she said, indicating another symbol nearby, "this looks like a door or an archway. And over here," she moved a few steps to another section of the map, "this could be a key." They continued to explore the glowing floor map, identifying various symbols and trying to understand their significance. It was like a treasure map, but instead of X marking the spot, it used ancient magical iconography to indicate the locations of hidden wonders and secret passages between different magical realms. The celestial music had faded to a gentle background hum, but the starry display remained, both above in the actual night sky and below on the illuminated floor of the tower. It felt as though they were standing between two mirrors, reflecting infinitely into each other, surrounded by magic that transcended the usual boundaries of space and time. "I think I understand now," Hermione said after a while, her voice filled with quiet wonder. This isn't just about astronomy or navigation in the physical sense, it's a map of magical consciousness, of all the different ways that magic manifests and connects throughout Hogwarts and beyond. Like a magical ecosystem, Harry suggested, remembering a term he'd heard in his Muggle science classes before coming to Hogwarts. Exactly, she nodded enthusiastically. Everything is connected: the Midnight Library, the Hidden Reading Room, the Room of Requirement, and probably dozens of other magical spaces we haven't even discovered yet. They're all part of the same network, different facets of Hogwarts magic that respond to different needs and intentions. And the wand-like constellation is the key to seeing these connections, Ron added, proving once again that he understood more than his friends sometimes gave him credit for. As they continued to study the glowing map beneath their feet, Harry noticed something moving across its surface, a small point of light, like a miniature shooting star, traveling along one of the silver pathways. It reminded him of the dot representing a person on the Marauder's map, but faster and more ethereal. "Look at that," he said, pointing it out to the others. "What do you think it is?" Before either of his friends could answer, more of the tiny lights appeared, darting along various paths on the map. Some moved quickly, others drifted slowly, but all seemed to be following the established routes between different symbols and nodes. "They like travelers," Hermione suggested, watching the lights with fascination. "Moving between different magical realms or states of being. Or messages," Ron offered. "Like magical communications being sent through the network." One of the small lights detached itself from a path and began to spiral upward, rising from the floor map toward the three friends. They watched, transfixed, as it hovered before them at eye level, pulsing gently, as if awaiting acknowledgement. After a moment's hesitation, Harry reached out his hand, palm upward. The tiny star-like light descended and came to rest in his open palm, where it continued to glow and pulse with a warm, comforting radiance. "It's trying to tell us something," he said, certain of it, though he couldn't explain why. As if in response to his words, the light in his hand expanded slightly, and within its glow, tiny images began to form, miniature projections that played out like scenes from a dream. Harry saw the hidden reading room behind the tapestry of Morgana's garden, its floating candles and comfortable chairs just as they remembered. Then the Midnight Library, with its whispering books and star-filled ceiling. But the vision didn't stop there. It showed other spaces within Hogwarts that he had never seen before. A garden room where plants bloomed regardless of season. A chamber filled with hourglasses and clocks where time seemed to flow differently. A tower that existed only in moonlight. "Are these all real places within Hogwarts?" he asked, his voice hushed with wonder. "I think so," Hermione replied, equally mesmerized by the miniature scenes playing out in Harry's palm. Hidden spaces that reveal themselves only under specific conditions, or to those with specific needs, just like the Midnight Library and the Reading Room. The tiny light continued its display, showing them glimpses of more magical spaces and the paths connecting them, secret passages and hidden doorways that weren't shown on any conventional map of Hogwarts, not even the Marauder's map, with all its revealed secrets. "It's like Hogwarts is bigger on the inside than it appears from the outside," Ron said, echoing a sentiment they had all felt at various times during their years at the school. "It is," Hermione nodded. "Magical architecture doesn't follow the same rules as Muggle buildings. Spaces can be added or expanded without changing the external dimensions. Or they can exist in a sort of in-between state," Harry suggested, thinking of Platform 9-3/4 and how it occupied a space that was neither fully in the Muggle world nor completely in the Wizarding one, appearing and disappearing as needed. The light in Harry's hand gave one final pulse, brighter than before, and then gently floated back down to the floor map, rejoining the network of pathways and continuing on its journey. The other lights were still moving across the glowing design, following their mysterious routes to unknown destination. Gradually, the luminescence of the floor map began to fade, the lines and symbols growing dimmer until they were once again just faint etchings in the stone. Above them, the enhanced stars of the magical display likewise dimmed, returning to their normal appearance one by one, until only the Wandlight constellation remained, shimmering like a farewell before it too faded from view. The three friends stood in silence for a while, processing what they had witnessed. It was Harry who finally spoke, giving voice to the thought that had been forming in his mind throughout the magical display. "I think Hogwarts is trying to help us," he said quietly. Ron and Hermione looked at him, waiting for him to elaborate. "All these discoveries we've been making," Harry continued, "the hidden reading room, the midnight library, now this star map, they're not random. It feels like the castle is, I don't know, opening itself to us, showing us its secrets." "But why now?" Ron asked. "We've been here for years. Why would Hogwarts suddenly start revealing all these hidden wonders?" Hermione's expression grew thoughtful. "Maybe because we need them now more than ever," she suggested. "With everything that's happening, Voldemort's return, the Ministry's interference, the war that seems to be brewing, perhaps Hogwarts is providing us with resources to help us face what's coming." Harry nodded, feeling that she had articulated something he had sensed but couldn't quite put into words. "Knowledge, comfort, perspective," he said, listing the gifts they had received from their recent discoveries. "Things we need to keep going, to remember what we're fighting for, and to know that we're not alone," Ron added quietly, "that Hogwarts itself is with us, in a way." They stood together in companionable silence, looking up at the now ordinary night sky and feeling the solid stone of the astronomy tower beneath their feet. Yet, despite the return to normalcy, there was a new awareness between them, a sense that they had glimpsed something rare and precious, a deeper layer of magic that had only now revealed itself. When they finally donned the invisibility cloak and made their way back through the quiet corridors of the castle, Harry found himself noticing details he had overlooked before. The way certain portraits seemed to watch them pass with knowing eyes, how some staircases moved with an almost deliberate intent, the subtle hum of magic that permeated the very stones of the walls. Hogwarts had always been magical, of course. That was its fundamental nature as a school of witchcraft and wizardry. But now Harry understood that its magic went deeper and was more conscious than he had realized. The castle wasn't just a building that happened to house magical people and objects. It was in some profound way alive and aware, with secrets and wonders that it chose to share with those who were ready to discover them. As they whispered the password to the fat lady and slipped into the Gryffindor common room, Harry felt a renewed sense of connection to this place that had become his true home. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever battles they might face in the coming days, they would face them with the knowledge that Hogwarts itself was an ally, ancient, powerful, and full of unexpected resources. And as he climbed the stairs to his dormitory and prepared for bed, Harry's last thought before sleep claimed him was one of gratitude. Gratitude for the friends who shared his adventures, for the magical home that sheltered and protected him, and for the stars above that had, for one extraordinary night, sung their cosmic music just for them. The days that followed were filled with a mixture of ordinary school activities and private research into their celestial discoveries. Hermione spent every spare moment in the library, poring over ancient astronomical texts and rare books on magical architecture. Ron, surprisingly, took charge of mapping the locations they had seen in the tiny light's projection, creating a modified version of the Marauders map that included their new findings, and Harry found himself drawn repeatedly to the hidden reading room behind the tapestry of Morgana's garden, searching its shelves for books that might shed more light on the Wandlight constellation and the network of magical spaces it had revealed. It was during one such visit, as the three of them sat surrounded by stacks of books in the cozy circular room, that Hermione made a breakthrough. "Listen to this," she said, looking up from a slim volume bound in midnight blue leather with silver stars embossed on its cover. "The Wandlight constellation serves not merely as a celestial marker, but as a key to what the ancients called the Arcanium Hogwartis, the magical heart of the school, where all its myriad enchantments converge and from which they draw their power." "The magical heart of Hogwarts," Ron repeated, setting aside the map he had been working on, "like an actual physical location." "I'm not sure," Hermione admitted, scanning further down the page. "The text is rather poetic in its description. It talks about a chamber of stars where past, present, and future exist simultaneously, and the wellspring from which all the castle's magic flows." "Sounds a bit like the Chamber of Secrets," Harry remarked, "except less snake-infested and more cosmic." "Exactly," Hermione nodded. "But unlike the Chamber of Secrets, this place, if it exists, doesn't seem to have been created by just one of the founders. Rather, it's described as the combined work of all four, the place where they pooled their greatest magic to ensure Hogwarts would endure long after they were gone. And the star map might show how to find it," Harry mused, thinking of the intricate pattern they had seen on the floor of the astronomy tower. Among all those symbols and pathways, there must have been something indicating this. Arcanium. Hermione bit her lip thoughtfully. "The problem is, we didn't know what to look for at the time. We recognized the symbol for the Midnight Library because we'd already found it, but there were dozens of other icons we couldn't identify. So we need to see the map again," Ron concluded. "Next time the Wandlight constellation appears." "If it appears," Harry reminded them, "it seems to show itself on its own schedule or based on some need we might not fully understand." They fell silent, contemplating this challenge. The magical display they had witnessed on the astronomy tower had been extraordinary, but there was no guarantee it would repeat itself anytime soon, and without another look at the complete star map, their understanding of the magical network within Hogwarts would remain fragmentary. It was Ron who finally broke the silence with an unexpected suggestion. "What if we don't need to wait for the constellation to reappear?" he asked. "What if we could find another way to access the map?" Hermione looked at him skeptically. "How? The map only fully activated when the Wandlight constellation appeared in the sky." "Yes, but the etched lines remained visible in the stone afterward," Ron pointed out. "Faint, but still there. What if there's a way to enhance them, to make them visible without the constellation?" Harry sat up straighter, intrigued by the idea. "Like using Revelio, or another revealing charm on the stone parapet?" "We tried that already," Hermione reminded him, "when we went back the second night." "But we didn't try it with Wandlight," Ron said, his expression brightening as the idea took shape. "Think about it. The constellation is called the Wandlight. What if that's not just a name but a clue? What if we need actual light from our wands to activate the map?" Harry and Hermione exchanged surprised looks, considering the possibility. It was the kind of simple yet brilliant insight that Ron occasionally produced, cutting through complexity to find an elegant solution. "It's worth trying," Harry decided, "tonight if the tower is clear." Thus, as evening fell, the three friends once again made their way to the astronomy tower, slipping past patrolling prefects and avoiding Filch's watchful eyes with the help of the invisibility cloak and Marauder's map. The night was mild, with a slight breeze that carried the scent of the forbidden forest and the distant lake. Above, the stars were visible but not especially bright, with thin clouds occasionally drifting across the moon. When they reached the stone parapet where the star map had appeared, they immediately set to work. Hermione cast a quick charm to ensure they wouldn't be disturbed, not quite as powerful as the protective enchantments she would later perfect during their Horcrux hunt, but sufficient to alert them if anyone approached the tower. "Ready?" Harry asked, drawing his wand. Ron and Hermione nodded, raising their own wands. "Lumos," they said in unison. 3 points of light bloomed in the darkness, casting long shadows across the tower floor. They directed the beams at the faint etchings on the stone parapet, but nothing happened. The lines remained stubbornly dim and incomplete. "Maybe we need to modify the spell," Hermione suggested after a moment. "Make it more specific to what we're trying to reveal." She thought for a moment, then pointed her wand more deliberately at the center of the etched pattern. "Lumos Celestis," she said clearly. A soft gasp escaped her as the light at the tip of her wand changed, shifting from its usual pearly white to a deeper silvery blue that resembled starlight. When this modified illumination touched the stone, the faint etchings responded, glowing with the same silvery blue radiance and becoming much more distinct. "Brilliant, Hermione," Ron exclaimed, quickly modifying his own spell. "Lumos Celestis." Harry followed suit, and soon all 3 of their wands were projecting the special starlight-like illumination onto the stone parapet. Under this combined magical light, the star map began to fully reveal itself, the lines and symbols growing increasingly vivid until the entire pattern was clearly visible. It wasn't as spectacular as when the actual wand-light constellation had activated it. The map didn't expand to cover the entire floor of the tower, and there were no tiny lights traveling along its pathways. But it was detailed enough for them to study properly. "There," Hermione said, pointing to a symbol near the center of the map that none of them had noticed before. It depicted what appeared to be a 4-pointed star enclosed within a circle, with smaller symbols representing each of the Hogwarts houses at the cardinal points. "That has to be it," Harry agreed. "The Arcanium Hogwartus, where the magic of all 4 founders converges." They studied the location of the symbol in relation to the other markers they had identified, trying to determine where in the physical castle it might correspond to. The map, however, didn't align straightforwardly with the actual layout of Hogwarts. It seemed to represent magical connections rather than physical proximity. "It's connected to the Midnight Library by this path here," Ron noted, tracing a silvery line with his finger, "and to what we think is the Room of Requirement by this one here. And look," Hermione added, indicating another pathway, "it connects to the hidden reading room as well." "So it's a kind of hub," Harry suggested, "a central point that links to all these other magical spaces." They continued to study the map, noting other symbols and pathways and trying to make sense of their arrangement. Some patterns began to emerge. Certain symbols were grouped together, while others stood alone but with multiple connections to different parts of the network. "I think I see how it works," Hermione said after a while, her voice quiet with realization. "The Arcanium isn't just in one fixed location, it's everywhere and nowhere, existing at the intersection of all these magical spaces." "Like Platform 9-3/4, Harry asked, recalling their earlier conversation about in-between spaces. "Similar, but more complex," she nodded. "I think it can be accessed from multiple points within Hogwarts, but only under specific conditions. The book described it as a place where past, present, and future exist simultaneously. That suggests it exists outside normal space and time. "So how do we find it?" Ron asked, the practical question that was on all their minds. Hermione traced several pathways on the map with her fingertip, following them from recognizable symbols to the central four-pointed star. I think we need to use the spaces we've already found. The Midnight Library, the Hidden Reading Room. They're like doorways or gateways to the Arcanium, but we need to know how to open them." As she spoke, a strange sensation washed over Harry, a feeling of being watched, not in a threatening way, but as if the castle itself were listening to their conversation. He glanced up from the map and found himself meeting the eyes of a small stone gargoyle perched on the edge of the tower's battlements, a decorative element he had never particularly noticed before. For a split second he could have sworn the gargoyle winked at him. "Harry," Hermione's voice broke into his thoughts. "Are you all right?" "Fine," he said, blinking and looking back at the map. "Just thought I saw. Never mind. So we need to figure out how to use these places we've found as gateways to the Arcanium. Any ideas?" They discussed possibilities for a while longer, making notes and sketching portions of the map for future reference. The silvery lines remained visible under their modified wand light, but eventually they decided they had learned all they could for one night. With a final knocks from each of them, the illumination faded, and the stone parapet returned to its ordinary appearance, the etched lines once again barely visible in the moonlight. As they prepared to return to Gryffindor Tower, Harry found himself taking one last look at the night sky. The stars shone steadily, with no sign of the Wandlight constellation or any other magical display, yet he felt a deep sense of connection to them now, an awareness that they were not just distant points of light, but part of the vast magical tapestry that included Hogwarts and everyone within it. With this comforting thought, he joined his friends under the invisibility cloak, and they made their quiet way back through the sleeping castle, their minds filled with stars and hidden magic, and the promise of wonders yet to be discovered. The following weekend brought a welcome respite from the increasingly demanding coursework that had occupied much of their time. While the air had a crisp autumn chill, the sun shone brightly over the grounds of Hogwarts, casting long shadows across the grass and glinting off the surface of the Great Lake. "I think we should visit Hagrid," Harry suggested as the three friends sat in the Gryffindor common room after lunch. "We haven't seen him properly in weeks." "That's a good idea," Hermione agreed, looking up from the book on celestial magic she'd been studying since their discovery of the Wandlight constellation. "I could use a break from research. And I could use some of Hagrid's rock cakes," Ron grinned, "to, test my jaw strength." Harry laughed, already reaching for his cloak. "Let's hope he's made tea instead." They set off across the grounds, following the familiar path down the sloping lawn toward the gamekeeper's hut at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Smoke curled invitingly from the chimney, suggesting Hagrid was indeed at home, and as they approached, they could hear Fang's booming bark from within. The door swung open before they could knock, revealing Hagrid's massive form filling the doorway, his beetle-black eyes crinkling with pleasure at the sight of them. "Abu time, yay, came to visit," he exclaimed, ushering them inside with a broad sweep of his arm. "Was beginning to think ye had forgotten where I live." "Sorry, Hagrid," Harry said, feeling a twinge of guilt. "We've been really busy with classes and midnight adventures up to the astronomy tower," Hagrid finished for him, his eyes twinkling knowingly. The three friends exchanged startled glances. "How did you—" Ron began. "Not much happens at Hogwarts that I don't hear about," Hagrid said, moving to the fireplace where a copper kettle was already beginning to steam. "Don't worry, I won't tell. Reckon if anyone's earned the right to a bitter night wanderin', it's you three." Relieved, they settled into the oversized chairs around Hagrid's scrubbed wooden table. The hut was as cozy and cluttered as ever, with bundles of herbs hanging from the ceiling beams various wooden carvings scattered on shelves, and a cheerful fire crackling in the hearth. Fang, Hagrid's enormous boarhound, padded over to rest his drooly head on Harry's knee, looking up with doleful eyes that demanded attention. "So," Hagrid said as he bustled about preparing tea, "what's this I hear about you lot discovering some sort of magic constellation?" "How does he always know?" Ron whispered to Harry, who could only shrug in baffled response. Hermione, however, leaned forward eagerly. "It's called the Wandlight constellation, Hagrid. It's not in any of the modern astronomy books because it's only visible under specific magical conditions. We saw it from the astronomy tower 2 nights ago." "The Wandlight, eh?" Hagrid nodded as he set out a collection of mismatched teacups, including a particularly large one for himself that looked more like a small bowl. "Thought that may be it. There's old stories about that one." "What kind of stories?" Harry asked, immediately interested. Despite all their research, they had found relatively little concrete information about the constellation, beyond what they had witnessed themselves. "Well, let's see," Hagrid mused, retrieving the now whistling kettle and pouring steaming water into a large brown teapot. "The way I heard it, the Wandlight was created by Rowena Ravenclaw herself as a sort of guidance system for magical travelers. In the old days, before portkeys and the Flu network were reliable, witches and wizards would use the stars to navigate between magical places. That fits with what we've learned," Hermione nodded, watching as Hagrid added tea leaves to the pot. "The constellation seems to reveal connections between different magical spaces." "Aye, that's right," Hagrid agreed, giving the teapot a gentle swirl before setting it down to steep. "Used to be that any witch or wizard with the right charm could see it on a clear night, but over time, as folks started using other methods of travel, the knowledge faded. Now it only shows itself on rare occasions, usually to those who need guidance of some kind." He moved to a cupboard and brought out a plate of what appeared to be freshly baked scones, which was a pleasant surprise given Hagrid's usual rock-hard offerings. "Made these this morning," he said proudly. "New recipe." Ron reached for one cautiously, but his expression brightened upon taking a bite. "Hey, these are actually good." "Don't sound so surprised," Hagrid grumbled, though he looked pleased. "Been taking cooking lessons from the house elves. Turns out I was using too much bicorn horn in me baking." "Bicorn horn?" Hermione repeated, looking alarmed. "Hagrid, that's a potion ingredient, not a cooking one." "Explains a lot, don't it?" he chuckled, retrieving the teapot and beginning to pour the amber liquid into their cups. "Anyway, about this Wandlight business." But what Hagrid was about to say was interrupted as Ron, reaching eagerly for another scone, accidentally knocked over his yet unfilled teacup. It rolled across the table and teetered at the edge for a heart-stopping moment, before Hermione's quick reflexes saved it from a shattering end on the floor. "Sorry," Ron muttered, ears turning pink with embarrassment. "No harm done," Hagrid assured him as Hermione carefully set the cup upright again. It was a delicate thing compared to Hagrid's usual sturdy tableware. Fine white porcelain with a pattern of blue flowers and gold trim around the rim. "I've never seen this cup before, Hagrid," Hermione remarked, examining it with interest. "It's quite lovely." "Ah, that one." Hagrid's expression softened as he filled it with tea and passed it to Ron. "Found it in one of the old storage cupboards while I was cleaning last week. Must have been tucked away for years. Thought it deserved a turbo use again, rather than gather in dust." Ron accepted the cup somewhat gingerly, clearly afraid of causing further mishaps. As he brought it to his lips, however, he paused, a puzzled expression crossing his face. "Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" Harry asked. "I dunno," Ron frowned, staring at the cup. "It was like a whisper." They all fell silent, listening intently. For a moment there was nothing but the crackling of the fire and Fang's heavy breathing as he dozed in the corner. Then, so faintly that they might have imagined it, there came a soft murmuring sound from the direction of Ron's teacup. "There," Ron exclaimed, nearly sloshing tea over the rim in his excitement. "Did you hear it that time?" "I did," Hermione confirmed, leaning closer. "It's coming from the cup itself." Hagrid's bushy eyebrows rose in surprise. "Well, don't that beat all," he muttered. "Thought it was just a pretty bit of china." Harry reached across the table. "May I?" he asked, and Ron carefully passed him the teacup. As soon as it was in his hands, Harry could hear it more clearly, a gentle whispering, like the rustle of autumn leaves or the distant murmur of a stream. It wasn't frightening, but rather soothing, almost musical in its cadence, though he couldn't make out any distinct words. "It's enchanted," Hermione breathed, watching with fascination. "But not like a normal magical object. This feels different." She was right, Harry realized. There was something uniquely gentle about the magic emanating from the cup, lacking the forceful intentionality of a charmed object, but possessing a quality that felt almost alive. "Try drinking from it," Hagrid suggested, his own curiosity evidently piqued. "Might make the charm stronger." With a slight hesitation, Harry raised the cup to his lips and took a small sip of the tea. It was perfectly brewed, sweetened with just a touch of honey, and warmth spread through him as he swallowed. But more remarkable was what happened to the whispering. It became instantly clearer, as though someone had turned up the volume on a radio that had been playing too softly to comprehend. Sunshine through the windows that morning, and the flowers had just begun to bloom in the courtyard. It was a woman's voice, elderly but warm, speaking not to them, but as if recounting a treasured memory to herself. There was a wistful quality to it, tinged with fondness and perhaps a hint of melancholy. "I can understand it now," Harry said, lowering the cup slightly. "It's telling a story, I think." "Let me try," Hermione requested, and Harry passed her the cup. She took a careful sip, then listened, her expression growing increasingly intrigued. "It's definitely a memory," she confirmed after a moment. "Someone's recollection of Hogwarts, from a long time ago, judging by some of the phrasing." "But whose memory?" Ron wondered. "And how did it end up in a teacup?" Hagrid scratched his beard thoughtfully. "Magic works in funny ways sometimes. Powerful emotions can leave imprints on objects, especially ones that were important to someone or present during significant moments." "Like residual magic," Hermione nodded. "I've read about it. Usually, it just creates a general atmosphere. That's why some places feel sad or happy or frightening without any obvious reason. But occasionally, if the emotion is strong enough, it can leave more specific impressions. Actual memories, in rare cases." She passed the cup back to Ron, who took another sip and listened for a moment before his eyes widened. "Hang on," he said excitedly. "I think I heard a name. Elspeth or Elswith or something like that." "Elspeth Nightingale?" Hagrid asked, looking surprised. Ron nodded vigorously. "That's it. You know who that is?" "Was," Hagrid corrected gently. "Elspeth Nightingale was the Hogwarts healer back in... must have been the 1870s or thereabouts. There's a portrait of her in the hospital wing corridor, though it's easy to miss. Small thing, tucked away in a corner." Hermione's eyes lit up with recognition. "I know that portrait. The elderly witch with silver hair and a kind smile. She's always arranging flowers in a vase, never says much." "That'd be her," Hagrid confirmed. "According to the stories, she was one of the most beloved staff members in Hogwarts history, had a special way with healing magic, could ease pain with just a touch and brew remedies for ailments no one else could cure. They say students used to visit the hospital wing, even when they weren't sick, just to talk with her. As Hagrid spoke, something unusual began to happen to the steam rising from Ron's teacup. Instead of dissipating in the air, it started to swirl and coalesce, forming a small, misty image that hovered over the rim. The indistinct figure of a woman in old-fashioned robes, moving as if tending to someone in a bed. "Look at that," Harry breathed, pointing to the miniature scene playing out in the steam. They watched, transfixed, as the steam figure bent over what appeared to be a sickbed, her hands moving in gentle motions that suggested the casting of healing spells or the application of medicine. Though the image was blurry and translucent, there was a palpable sense of care and tenderness in the movements. "It's showing us what the memory is about," Hermione realized, Elspeth caring for someone in the hospital wing. As if in response to her words, the whispering from the cup grew slightly louder, and now they all could hear it clearly without needing to take sips of tea. Poor dear was burning with fever when they brought him in, his little face so pale and drawn. None of the usual remedies were working, and I feared we might lose him before dawn. In desperation, I tried the experimental potion I'd been developing, moonflower and dittany, steeped in unicorn tears. It was a risk, but one worth taking for the child's life. The steam dish shifted, showing the woman, Elspeth carefully administering something to a small figure in the bed, then sitting beside them, holding their hand through the night, as time seemed to pass in the accelerated way of memories. And by morning the fever had broken. When he opened his eyes and smiled at me, I felt such relief that my own tears mingled with his mother's. Some healings stay with you forever, becoming part of the tapestry of your life. As these words faded, the steam dispersed, the image vanishing like a dream upon waking. But a gentle warmth remained, filling the room with a sensation of profound comfort and peace, the emotional echo of that long-ago moment of healing and joy. "That was beautiful," Hermione said softly, after a moment of respectful silence. Hagrid nodded, his own eyes suspiciously moist behind his wild hair. "Aye, that it was. Remarkable woman by all accounts. But how did her memory end up in this teacup?" Harry wondered, studying the delicate porcelain as Ron set it down on the table. "Perhaps it was hers," Hermione suggested, "something she used regularly that absorbed the essence of her experiences over time. Or maybe," Ron added thoughtfully, "it was a gift from someone she helped, as a thank you." Hagrid considered this, nodding slowly. Could be. In the old days, it wasn't uncommon for grateful patients to give gifts to their healers. And fine porcelain like this would have been a proper special present. The teacup sat innocently on the table, looking like nothing more than a pretty antique. But now, knowing what it contained, the precious memory of a kind woman's life's work, it seemed to glow with an inner significance that transcended its modest appearance. "What should we do with it?" Ron asked, looking to the others for guidance. "It doesn't seem right to just use it for tea now that we know what it is." "I think," Harry said slowly, an idea forming in his mind, "that we should return it to where it belongs." "The hospital wing?" Hermione guessed, picking up on his thought. Harry nodded. "Near her portrait. It feels right, doesn't it? To reunite her memory with her image?" "It does," Hagrid agreed, surprising them somewhat with his ready acquiescence to parting with the cup. "Some things have a proper place, and it seems like this little cup is trying to find its way back to Elspeth, in a manner of speaking. But will Madame Pomfrey let us just bring in a random teacup and leave it there, Ron asked practically. Hermione bit her lip, thinking, we could explain. She's a healer too. Surely she'd understand the significance. Or, Harry suggested with a slight smile, we could go when the hospital wing is empty. After all, we do have a certain cloak that's proven useful for such situations. Ron grinned. Midnight adventure to the hospital wing? Bit tame compared to our usual, but I'm in. We shouldn't need the cloak, Hermione protested, though without much conviction. It's not like we're doing anything wrong. Technically, students aren't supposed to be wandering the corridors after hours, Hagrid reminded her, trying and failing to look stern. But in this case, I reckon it's for a good cause. Jews don't tell anyone I said that, he added hastily. They finished their tea, using different cups, and spent another pleasant hour with Hagrid, catching up on news and sharing sanitized versions of their recent discoveries. As the afternoon waned and shadows lengthened across the grounds, they prepared to head back to the castle for dinner. Keep the cup safe until tonight, Hagrid advised, as he wrapped it carefully in a clean handkerchief and handed it to Hermione, who had the steadiest hands of the three. And let me know how it goes. I've half a mind to come with ye, but... He gestured ruefully at his enormous frame. Not exactly built for sneaking about, am I? They promised to tell him everything and set off back toward the castle, the precious bundle tucked securely in Hermione's bag. The sun was setting behind the mountains, casting the grounds in a golden glow that gradually deepened to crimson as they reached the great oak doors. During dinner in the great hall, they discussed their plan in hushed voices, occasionally glancing up at the staff table, where Madame Pomfrey was notably absent, likely preparing the hospital wing for the night ahead. She usually retires to her private quarters around 10, Hermione informed them, having spent enough time in the hospital wing throughout various injuries and mishaps to be familiar with the matron's routine. The wing is generally empty by then, unless there are students staying overnight. And are there? Harry asked, helping himself to treacle tart. Hermione shook her head. I don't think so. I haven't heard of anyone being seriously ill or injured recently. Perfect, Ron nodded. So we go at what, 10:30, to be safe? The plan set, they finished their dinner and spent the evening in the common room, attempting to focus on homework but frequently finding their thoughts drifting to the whispering teacup and the gentle soul whose memories it contained. At 10:15, when the common room had emptied except for a few seventh years deeply engrossed in NEW's preparation, they gathered their things and headed up to the boys' dormitory, where Harry retrieved the invisibility cloak from his trunk. We probably don't all need to go, Hermione said, as they huddled near the portrait hole, preparing to leave. It might be easier with just one or two of us. No way, Ron protested immediately. We found the teacup together. We should see this through together. Harry nodded in agreement. Besides, it'll be fine. The hospital wing isn't exactly a high security area. With that settled, they slipped under the cloak, a tighter fit than ever now that they were in their 5th year, and carefully made their way out of the portrait hole, ignoring the fat lady's sleepy inquiry about who was there. The corridors of Hogwarts were quiet and dimly lit, most of the torches having been extinguished for the night. Moonlight filtered through the high windows, casting elongated shadows across the stone floors. They moved slowly, partly due to the need for stealth, and partly because the cloak now only covered them properly if they walked hunched over. They encountered no one on their journey, except for nearly headless Nick, who drifted through a wall, muttering to himself about the indignity of partial decapitation, and floated past without noticing them. Finally, they reached the corridor leading to the hospital wing, where they paused to listen for any signs of activity within. All was silent. I think it's clear, Harry whispered, and they moved forward to the large double doors that led into the infirmary. Hermione cast a quick spell that she had developed specifically for determining if rooms were occupied, an adaptation of the hominum revelio charm that was subtler and less likely to alert anyone inside to their presence. After a moment, she nodded. Empty, she confirmed. They eased open one of the doors just enough to slip inside, then removed the cloak once they were safely within. The hospital wing was peaceful in the moonlight, the row of neatly made beds gleaming white in the silvery glow that streamed through the tall windows. The medicinal scent of potions and healing herbs hung faintly in the air, mingling with the clean smell of laundered sheets and polished floors. Lumos, Hermione whispered, and the tip of her wand illuminated with a soft glow, just bright enough to help them navigate without risking detection from outside. Where's Elspeth's portrait? Ron asked, looking around at the walls. This way, Hermione led them past the matron's office toward the far end of the wing, where a narrow corridor led to a private room used for particularly serious cases or contagious magical ailments. True to Hermione's recollection, they found the portrait hanging in an alcove that was easy to miss unless one knew to look for it. It was indeed smaller than most Hogwarts portraits, showing an elderly witch with kind eyes and silver hair pulled back in a neat bun. She wore the traditional lime green robes of a healer, though of a distinctly old-fashioned cut, and was arranging flowers in a vase on a small table beside her chair. Unlike many of the castle's portraits, she didn't immediately notice or address them, seemingly absorbed in her pleasant task, but as they approached, her painted eyes lifted and a gentle smile spread across her face. "Good evening," she greeted them, her voice soft and melodious. "It's rather late for young ones to be visiting the hospital wing. Are you feeling unwell?" "No, ma'am," Harry replied politely. "Actually, we've come to bring you something, or, well, something that we think might be connected to you." The portrait's expression turned curious. "Oh, how intriguing." Hermione carefully withdrew the wrapped teacup from her bag and unfolded Hagrid's handkerchief to reveal the delicate porcelain. As she held it up for the portrait to see, the cup began to whisper again, the sound barely audible but unmistakably present. The effect on the painted Elspeth Nightingale was immediate and profound. Her eyes widened, and her hand flew to her heart as if to steady its beating. "My stars," she breathed, leaning forward as much as the confines of her frame would allow. "After all these years, you recognize it?" Ron asked, though the answer was evident in her reaction. "Indeed I do, young man," she nodded, her eyes never leaving the cup. "It was a gift from a patient, a little boy named Edwin Fenworthy, whom I treated during the great fever outbreak of 1873. He nearly died, but pulled through thanks to an experimental remedy I had developed." "We heard," Harry said. "The cup. It contains your memory of that night." "Does it now?" The portrait seemed both surprised and pleased. "How extraordinary! Magical objects do sometimes absorb impressions from powerful emotional moments. I must have used that cup countless times during my years at Hogwarts, often while reflecting on my patients and their journeys." She paused, studying them with newfound interest. "And you three felt compelled to bring it here to me. How did you come by it, if I may ask?" They explained how Hagrid had found the cup in storage, and how they had accidentally discovered its magical nature during their visit to his hut. "Ah." Elspeth nodded when they finished. "Objects of emotional significance can sometimes become displaced over the years. They develop a kind of restlessness, a need to return to their proper place. I suspect my dear teacup has been trying to find its way back to me, or what remains of me, for quite some time." "We thought it belonged here," Hermione said. near your portrait. You thought correctly, my dear. The painted healer smiled warmly, and I am most grateful. It does an old portrait good to be reunited with a piece of her living memory. What should we do with it? Harry asked, looking around for a suitable place to leave the cup. Elspeth considered for a moment. There's a small shelf just below my frame, she suggested. It was meant for a vase of flowers. The real Madame Pomfrey occasionally places some there on the anniversary of my passing, but I think it would serve perfectly as a home for the teacup. Ron spotted the shelf she mentioned and carefully positioned the cup on it. The moment it was settled in place, something remarkable happened. The whispering, which had been a barely audible murmur, grew suddenly clearer and stronger, though still gentle in tone. At the same time, the steam that had formed images earlier began to rise again from the cup, despite it being empty and cold. This time, the misty shapes were more distinct, creating a series of small, three-dimensional scenes that hovered in the air between the cup and the portrait. They watched, transfixed, as vignettes from Elspeth Nightingale's life at Hogwarts played out in the silvery vapor. Moments of healing, comfort, laughter, and care spanning decades of devoted service. And as each memory unfolded, a soft golden warmth radiated outward from the cup, filling the corridor with a sensation of profound peace and well-being. It reminded Harry of the feeling he experienced when casting his Patronus, a pure, protective happiness that seemed to flow directly from the heart. The portrait of Elspeth watched the spectacle with glistening eyes, her painted features animated by deep emotion. "Oh my," she whispered, "I had forgotten so many of these moments. How precious they are." They stood in reverent silence as the memories continued to play out, each one a testament to a life spent in selfless service to others. Harry found himself deeply moved, thinking about how many lives this kind woman had touched, how much suffering she had eased, and how the ripples of her goodness had extended far beyond her lifetime. Finally, after what might have been minutes or hours, time seemed to flow differently in the presence of such magic. The steam began to disperse, the images fading gently back into nothingness. But the golden warmth remained, settling into the very stones of the corridor, as if finding its true home at last. "Thank you," the portrait said softly when the last wisp of steam had vanished. "Thank you for bringing this precious piece of myself back to where it belongs." "You're welcome," Hermione replied, her voice thick with emotion. "It was an honor to help." "But what happens now?" Ron asked, gesturing to the cup. "Will it keep sharing memories, or—" Elspeth's painted eyes twinkled knowingly. "Magic, especially the magic of memory and emotion, follows its own rules, young man. I suspect the cup has fulfilled its purpose in returning to me, but that doesn't mean its magic is expended. Rather, it has transformed." Transformed how? Harry wondered. The memories it contained are now where they belong, reconnected to the essence of the person who lived them, which in my case resides primarily in this portrait. But the emotion, the care, the healing intention that infused those memories, that remains in the cup itself and will continue to affect its surroundings in subtle ways. "Like a kind of passive healing magic," Hermione suggested, her academic curiosity evident despite the late hour and emotional atmosphere. "Precisely," Elspeth nodded approvingly. "Nothing as dramatic as curing illnesses, mind you, but it might ease headaches, soothe troubled sleep, or simply provide comfort to those who pass nearby. A gentle reminder of care in a place where it's often sorely needed." As if to confirm her words, Harry realized that the persistent ache in his shoulder from a recent Quidditch practice had completely vanished, and he felt more relaxed and at ease than he had in weeks. We should probably go, he said reluctantly, aware that they had already spent far longer in the hospital wing than they had intended. It's getting late, and Madame Pomfrey might check on things before morning. The portrait nodded understandingly. Of course, dears. You've done a wonderful thing tonight, more wonderful than you perhaps realize. Magic born of kindness is the most enduring kind, and in bringing this cup back to its home, you've helped perpetuate a small but significant stream of such magic within Hogwarts. She smiled at them, her painted eyes somehow conveying depths of wisdom and gentleness that transcended the limitations of canvas and paint. If I might offer one piece of advice before you go, remember that every object has a history. Every stone in this castle has absorbed countless moments of joy and sorrow, triumph and failure, love and learning. Hogwarts is more than a building, it's a living repository of magical memory. Treat it, and everything in it, with reverence, and you'll find it reveals wonders beyond imagining. With those words echoing in their minds, they said their goodbyes to Elspeth Nightingale, whose portrait now seemed more vibrant and alive than before, as if the reunion with her teacup had restored some vital essence to her painted form. As they prepared to don the invisibility cloak once more, Hermione paused, struck by a sudden thought. The teacup, the midnight library, the wandlight constellation. They're all connected, aren't they? Different ways that Hogwarts preserves and shares its magic across time. I think you're right, Harry agreed, feeling pieces of a puzzle clicking into place. It's like what we saw on the star map, all these magical elements forming a network, supporting and enhancing each other. And we're part of it now too, Ron added, surprising them with the unexpected depth of his observation. By helping reconnect these pieces, we're, helping maintain the magic somehow. They contemplated this for a moment, standing in the gentle golden glow that still emanated from the teacup. Then, with one last look at Elspeth's portrait, now peacefully tending her flowers again, as if nothing unusual had happened, they slipped under the cloak and made their quiet way out of the hospital wing. The return journey to Gryffindor Tower was uneventful, with the castle seeming to slumber peacefully around them. Even the portraits they passed were mostly asleep in their frames, and they encountered no teachers or prefects on patrol. It wasn't until they were safely back in the common room, the invisibility cloak removed and tucked away, that they fully processed the significance of what they had witnessed. That was something else, Ron said, as they sat in the comfortable chairs near the now banked fire. I mean, we've seen all sorts of magic, but that felt different. It was different, Hermione agreed, her eyes still bright with the wonder of the experience. Most magic is intentional. Spells cast for specific purposes, objects enchanted to fulfill particular functions. But what we saw tonight was organic magic, the kind that develops naturally from strong emotions and significant experiences. Like the castle itself responding to generations of students and teachers, Harry suggested, recalling their theories about Hogwarts' magical consciousness. Exactly, Hermione nodded. And I think that's what Elspeth meant about objects having histories. Everything at Hogwarts, from teacups to tapestries, from wands to windows, has absorbed a little bit of the magic that's been performed around it. The emotions that have been felt near it. Makes you look at things differently, doesn't it? Ron mused, glancing around the common room, as if seeing its familiar furnishings in a new light. Like, how many students do you reckon have sat in these exact chairs over the centuries? How many laughs and tears and brilliant ideas have they witnessed? It was an uncharacteristically reflective question from Ron, and it gave Harry pause. He ran his hand along the arm of his chair, wondering about all the Gryffindors who had sat there before him, perhaps even his father and mother during their time at Hogwarts. "I think," he said slowly, "that's part of what makes Hogwarts special. It's not just a school where we learn magic. It's a place where magic learns from us too, absorbing our experiences and growing richer over time." They sat in companionable silence for a while, each lost in their own thoughts about the nature of magic and memory, about kind healers and whispering teacups, about constellations that revealed themselves to those in need of guidance, and about the countless untold stories contained within the ancient walls around them. Eventually, exhaustion began to overcome even their wonder-fueled alertness, and they reluctantly agreed it was time for bed. As they stood and prepared to head to their respective dormitories, Hermione paused, a thoughtful expression on her face. "You know," she said quietly, "I think we should tell Hagrid what happened tomorrow, but keep this experience between the four of us otherwise. Some things are too special to be widely shared." Harry and Ron nodded in agreement, understanding instinctively that what they had witnessed tonight was indeed something rare and precious, a glimpse behind the veil of ordinary magic into the deeper, more mysterious currents that flowed through their world. With whispered goodnights, they parted ways, carrying with them the warmth and wonder of the evening's discovery. And as Harry climbed into his four-poster bed and drew the curtains around him, he found himself thinking of Elspeth Nightingale's words. "Magic born of kindness is the most enduring kind." It was a comforting thought to carry into sleep, a reminder that in a world where dark forces gathered and challenges loomed on the horizon, there remained this other magic, quiet, gentle, but incredibly powerful in its own way. The magic of compassion, of care freely given, of small kindnesses that rippled outward through time and space, touching lives in ways that could never be fully measured, but were no less real for their subtlety. And with that thought cradling his mind, Harry drifted into dreams filled with soft whispers and gentle magic, with teacups that held memories and stars that told stories, with all the quiet wonders that made Hogwarts not just a school, but a home. The next morning dawned bright and clear, sunlight streaming through the dormitory windows and painting warm patterns on the floor. Harry woke feeling unusually refreshed, as if the golden glow from Elspeth's teacup had somehow followed him into sleep, keeping nightmares at bay and wrapping his dreams in comfort. At breakfast, he, Ron, and Hermione spoke in hushed tones about their nighttime adventure, their faces still bright with the wonder of what they had witnessed. They agreed to visit Hagrid after their morning classes to share the tale as promised. "Do you think the teacup will still be there?" Ron wondered as they walked to Transfiguration. "I mean, what if Madame Pomfrey notices it and moves it?" "I don't think she will," Hermione replied confidently. "Elspeth's portrait has been there for decades, and the shelf beneath it was meant for decorative items. If anything, she might think another staff member placed it there deliberately. Besides," Harry added, "after what we saw last night, I think the cup has found its rightful place. It belongs there with Elspeth, and sometimes magic has a way of discouraging interference when something is where it's meant to be." Their morning classes passed in a blur of note-taking and practical exercises, though Harry found it difficult to concentrate fully. His mind kept returning to the hospital wing, to the gentle portrait and the whispering teacup, to the golden warmth that had filled the corridor and the magical memories that had danced in the steam. When lunch finally arrived, they hurried through their meal and set off across the grounds toward Hagrid's hut, eager to share their experience with the one other person who knew about their discovery. Hagrid was tending his vegetable patch when they arrived, Fang bounding over to greet them with enthusiastic barks and slobbery affection. "Back already?" Hagrid grinned, straightening up from the pumpkin he'd been examining. "Must have gone well then. Come on in and tell me all about it." They settled around his table once more, and as Hagrid prepared a fresh pot of tea, in sturdy mugs this time, they recounted the events of the previous night. Finding Elspeth's portrait, witnessing the reunion between her and her teacup, and the extraordinary display of memories and emotion that had followed. Hagrid listened with rapt attention, his beetle-black eyes glistening with emotion as they described the golden warmth that had filled the corridor. "That's proper magic, that is," he said when they finished, nodding appreciatively. "Not the flashy kind they teach in classes, but the deep, old magic that comes from the heart." He took a large sip of tea, then added, "You three did a good thing, returning that cup where it belonged. Reckon Elspeth's spirit, or whatever part of her remains in that portrait, will rest easier now." "It felt right," Harry agreed, "like we were helping restore a small piece of Hogwarts history." "That's exactly what you were doing," Hagrid confirmed. "Hogwarts is full of such pieces. Some lost, some forgotten, some just waiting to be rediscovered by the right people at the right time. Like the Midnight Library and the Wandlight constellation," Hermione mused. "Aye, like those," Hagrid nodded. "And who knows what else you might find if you keep your eyes and hearts open." They spent another pleasant hour with Hagrid, discussing their various discoveries and speculating about what other magical wonders might be hidden within the castle. By the time they headed back for afternoon classes, Harry felt a renewed sense of appreciation for Hogwarts and all its mysteries. Over the following days, they discreetly checked on the teacup whenever they had reason to pass near the hospital wing. It remained undisturbed on its shelf beneath Elspeth's portrait, and Harry was pleased to notice that the painted healer seemed more animated than before, occasionally looking toward the cup with a contented smile or pausing in her eternal flower arranging to simply gaze at it fondly. More remarkably, they began to hear whispers among the students about the hospital wing corridor, how headaches seemed to ease when passing through it, how visits to Madame Pomfrey became somehow less daunting when approaching her domain via that particular route. Nothing dramatic or obvious, just small comforts that made difficult moments a little easier to bear. Exactly the kind of gentle, supportive magic that would have pleased the real Elspeth Nightingale. And sometimes, when Harry found himself particularly stressed or troubled, he would deliberately take the long way to his destination, passing through that corridor just to feel the lingering golden warmth that emanated from the small teacup on its shelf. It never failed to lift his spirits, reminding him that even in the darkest times, there remained this other magic, the magic of kindness, of compassion, of care freely given without expectation of return. It was, he reflected, perhaps the most powerful magic of all. As autumn deepened toward winter and the school year progressed with its usual mixture of classes, Quidditch, and the occasional unexpected adventure, Harry, Ron, and Hermione continued their explorations of Hogwarts' hidden wonders. The Midnight Library revealed itself to them on several more occasions, always when one of them was troubled or in need of its particular comfort. The Wandlight constellation made one more appearance on the night before the Christmas holidays, guiding them to yet another magical space within the castle, a room where soft music played continuously from no visible source, filling those who entered with a sense of harmony and peace. But of all their discoveries, it was the whispering teacup that held a special place in Harry's heart, perhaps because it had been so unexpected, or because it had connected them to a kind soul from Hogwarts' past, or simply because it embodied so perfectly what Harry had come to understand about the nature of true magic, that it wasn't about power or control, but about connection, care, and the quiet wonder of everyday kindness. Winter gradually gave way to spring at Hogwarts, with snowdrifts melting into muddy grounds that eventually sprouted with fresh grass and early wildflowers. The castle windows, sealed tight against the winter chill for months, were finally being opened to let in the refreshing spring breeze, carrying with it the sweet scent of new beginnings. It was on one such afternoon in late April, when the weather had turned unexpectedly warm, that Harry, Ron, and Hermione found themselves in the Gryffindor common room with a rare gift: free time. Their morning classes had ended, homework was temporarily caught up, and dinner was still hours away. Even more unusually, the common room was nearly empty, with most students taking advantage of the beautiful weather to spend time on the grounds. Harry sat in his favorite armchair by the window, which had been opened just enough to let in a gentle breeze that occasionally ruffled the pages of the Quidditch magazine he was leafing through. Hermione was curled up on the sofa nearby, a book open on her lap, but her gaze drifting toward the window, watching the swaying branches of the trees in the distance. Ron sprawled on the floor, his back against the sofa, half-heartedly attempting to build a house of exploding snap cards that kept threatening to detonate whenever his hand trembled slightly. Golden afternoon sunlight streamed through the windows, casting warm pools of light across the rich red carpet and comfortable furniture. The fire in the hearth had been reduced to a small, cozy flame that provided just enough warmth to balance the cool breeze from outside. It was one of those perfect, peaceful moments that seemed to stretch out like honey, sweet and unhurried. "I'm bored," Ron announced, flopping onto his back as his card house collapsed with a small puff of smoke. "You could always start that essay for Professor Binns," Hermione suggested, though without her usual academic fervor. Even she seemed reluctant to dive into schoolwork on such a lovely afternoon. Ron snorted. 2 feet of parchment on goblin-wizard relations in the 14th century, no thanks. I'd rather be bored. Harry set aside his magazine, stretching his arms above his head. "We could go outside, join everyone by the lake." "Too crowded," Ron said, sitting up and leaning against the sofa again. "Everyone's out there. Besides, it's nice in here with just us. Peaceful." Hermione nodded in agreement, marking her place in her book and setting it aside. "It is rather lovely, isn't it? We rarely get the common room to ourselves these days." A comfortable silence fell between them, broken only by the gentle crackling of the fire and the soft rustle of leaves from outside. Harry watched as a particularly playful breeze swept into the room, lifting a small feather, likely from someone's quill, off one of the study tables. It danced in the air, twirling and dipping before floating toward them. Almost instinctively, Harry pulled out his wand and pointed it at the feather. "Wingardium Leviosa," he said softly, and the feather halted its descent, hovering mid-air before beginning to rise again under his magical control. Ron's face brightened as he watched the feather glide through the air, following the deliberate movements of Harry's wand. "Remember when we first learned that spell?" he asked, grinning at the memory. Hermione was so bossy about it. "It's Leviosa, not Leviosa," Hermione mimicked her younger self with a smile, emphasizing the pronunciation just as she had done in their first year. They all laughed, the sound mingling warmly in the sunlit room. "You were right, though," Ron admitted, pulling out his own wand. As usual, Harry guided the feather toward Ron, who raised his wand and took over the spell with a careful swish and flick. "Wingardium Leviosa," he intoned, his pronunciation exaggeratedly precise. The feather continued to hover, now following Ron's direction as he made it loop in lazy circles above their heads. "It's odd to think how challenging this seemed back then," Hermione observed, watching the feathers dance. Such a simple spell, but it felt so monumental when we first managed it. First spell I ever really got right, Ron remembered, guiding the feather into a figure-8 pattern. Well, properly right, anyway. An idea occurred to Harry as he watched the feather's gentle movements. We should make a game of it, he suggested. See who can keep the feather in the air the longest while making the most interesting patterns. What would the rules be? Hermione asked, already interested despite her usual reluctance toward competitive pastimes. Harry thought for a moment. Each person gets a turn controlling the feather. You have to keep it in the air while making it move in different patterns. The others judge how creative and steady your control is. And no holding your wand rigid to just keep it in one spot, Ron added. It has to be moving. What about if we add more feathers? Hermione suggested, her eyes lighting up. To increase the difficulty? Controlling multiple objects with one spell is much more challenging. Perfect, Harry agreed. He looked around the common room and spotted a worn quill on a nearby table. With a quick summoning charm, he retrieved it and carefully plucked several feathers from its plume. Soon they had a small collection of feathers of various sizes and colors, white, brown, speckled, and even one with a faint iridescent sheen that might have come from an exotic bird. Who goes first? Ron asked, eyeing the feathers with mild apprehension now that the game was becoming more complex. Hermione should, Harry decided, since she was the first to master the spell back in Charms class. Hermione blushed slightly at the recognition but didn't argue. She rose from the sofa and moved to the center of their little circle, her wand held lightly in her fingers. How many feathers should I start with? Let's say 3, Harry suggested, handing her a white feather, a brown one, and the iridescent one. Hermione positioned the feathers on the coffee table before her, then took a deep breath, centering herself. With a graceful swish and flick of her wand, she pronounced, Wingardium Leviosa. All 3 feathers rose simultaneously from the table, hovering at eye level. For a moment they simply floated in place as Hermione established her control. Then, slowly, they began to move. It was like watching a carefully choreographed dance. The feathers began circling one another, weaving in and out in a complex pattern that reminded Harry of the solar system model he'd once seen in a Muggle science classroom. The white feather orbited slowly around the brown one, while the iridescent feather traced a wider circle encompassing them both. Show off, Ron muttered, but he was grinning with appreciation. Encouraged by their attention, Hermione increased the complexity of her demonstration. The feathers began to move in different planes, no longer confined to circular motions. The white feather ascended while the brown one dipped. Then they crossed paths without touching. The iridescent feather, meanwhile, began to weave a figure-8 pattern around the other 2. It's beautiful, Harry said honestly, watching the hypnotic movements. The afternoon sunlight caught the feathers as they danced, highlighting their textures and casting tiny shifting shadows on the floor. What happened next took them all by surprise. As Hermione continued to guide the feathers with increasing confidence, a subtle change came over them. The iridescent feather began to glow slightly, emitting a soft, pearly light. Then, the white one started to shimmer as well, its edges becoming luminous. Are you doing that? Ron asked, his voice hushed with wonder. Hermione shook her head, looking just as amazed. No, I'm just maintaining the levitation charm. I'm not casting anything else. The brown feather joined its companions in the transformation, taking on a warm golden glow like concentrated sunlight. The 3 illuminated feathers continued their dance, now leaving trails of gentle light in their wake, like brush strokes painting ephemeral patterns in the air. It must be reacting to your magic somehow, Harry theorized, watching the mesmerizing display. Or maybe to the intention behind it. I was thinking about how fascinating it is that such a simple spell can create something so beautiful, Hermione admitted. Perhaps that thought somehow influenced the magic. The feathers continued their luminous dance for several more minutes, their movements becoming increasingly intricate as Hermione gained confidence. She made them spiral upward in a double helix, then cascade down like a waterfall of light, before finally bringing them back to hover gently before her. I think that's enough for my turn, she said, carefully guiding the still glowing feathers back to the coffee table. As they touched the wooden surface, their light gradually faded, though a faint shimmer remained. That was brilliant, Ron said with genuine admiration. Didn't know you had that kind of artistic flair in you, Hermione. She smiled, pleased by the compliment. Your turn, Ron, let's see what you can do. Ron approached the task with typical Weasley determination, selecting 4 feathers for his attempt. Might as well up the challenge, he said with a confidence that didn't quite mask his nervousness. Wingardium Leviosa, he pronounced carefully, and the 4 feathers, 2 brown, 1 white, and 1 speckled, rose obediently into the air. Ron's style was quite different from Hermione's. Where she had created a dance of mathematical precision, Ron's movements were more spontaneous and playful. He sent the feathers zooming around the room like tiny Quidditch players, diving and soaring in swooping arcs that made Harry instinctively track them, as he would a snitch. Careful not to lose control, Hermione cautioned as one feather veered dangerously close to the fire. I've got it, Ron assured her, redirecting the wayward feather with a quick flick of his wand. He brought all 4 back to the center of the room, then, with an expression of intense concentration, began to arrange them in a square formation. To Harry's surprise, the feathers began to glow just as they had for Hermione, but with a different quality of light. Where Hermione's feathers had emitted a refined, pearly radiance, Ron's glowed with a warmer, more dynamic light that pulsed slightly, like a heartbeat. The square formation began to rotate slowly, and then, with a more pronounced movement of Ron's wand, the feathers shot outward to the corners of an imaginary, larger square, before rushing back to the center, creating a starburst effect. They repeated this movement several times, each time glowing brighter at the moment they converged. I'm trying to make them look like the Chudley Cannon's Hawk's Head formation, Ron explained, his face screwed up in concentration. Harry wasn't sure the result exactly matched a Quidditch formation, but it was impressive nonetheless. The feathers left trails of warm light that lingered for seconds before fading, creating layers of luminous patterns in the air above them. As Ron's confidence grew, so did the complexity of his display. He made the feathers weave around each other at increasing speeds, creating a vortex of light that seemed to draw in the very air around it. A soft humming sound became audible, like the distant note of a tuning fork, emanating from the magical interaction. "Do you hear that?" Hermione whispered to Harry. He nodded, entranced by the audio-visual display. The humming note seemed to resonate with something deep within the castle itself, as if they had inadvertently tapped into the ancient magic that permeated Hogwarts' very stones. Ron, seemingly oblivious to this new development, continued his demonstration with growing enthusiasm. He guided the feathers into a spiral formation, then made them burst outward like fireworks before bringing them together again in a tight cluster. Finally, with a flourish of his wand, he brought them down in a gentle cascade, letting them float back to the coffee table. Like Hermione's, they retained a subtle glow even after the spell ended. "That was really good, Ron," Harry said, genuinely impressed. "Thanks," Ron replied, looking pleased but slightly winded. as if the magical control had required physical exertion. "Your turn, Harry. Show us what the Chosen One can do with a few feathers." Harry rolled his eyes at the nickname, but took Ron's place in the center of their circle. He surveyed the collection of feathers, noting that they all still carried a faint luminosity from the previous demonstrations. After a moment's consideration, he selected 5, deliberately choosing one more than Ron to maintain their friendly competition. "Wingardium Leviosa," he said, focusing his intent through his wand. The 5 feathers rose in perfect unison, hovering at chest height in a neat pentagon formation. Harry took a moment to establish his control, feeling the connection between his magic and the floating objects. A thin strand of intention and will that linked his wand to each feather. Then, drawing on instincts honed through years of Quidditch, he began to move them. Harry's style was neither as precisely choreographed as Hermione's, nor as flamboyantly energetic as Ron's. Instead, his movements had a fluid, intuitive quality, as if the feathers were extensions of his own thoughts. They flowed through the air in smooth, curving paths that seemed to respond not just to his wand movements, but to his breathing, his heartbeat, the subtle shifts of his posture. As with his friend's attempts, the feathers began to glow, but again the quality of light was distinctly different. Harry's feathers emitted a cool, silver-pure radiance that reminded him of his Patronus, a light that felt both protective and revealing. The feathers began to move in a formation that subtly resembled the flight of birds, not the rigid V-shape of migrating geese, but the fluid, reactive movements of starlings in murmuration, each one responding to the others while maintaining its individual path. The humming sound returned, louder now, but harmonizing into something more musical. It was as if the feathers were singing to each other as they danced, creating an ethereal melody that filled the common room with gentle resonance. "It's like they're alive," Hermione whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. Indeed, there was something almost sentient about the way the feathers moved now, anticipating each other's paths, creating patterns of increasing complexity that Harry was guiding but not fully controlling. His magic was providing the framework, but the feathers themselves seemed to be elaborating on the theme, adding flourishes and variations he hadn't consciously intended. The trails of light left by their movement lasted longer too, creating a 3-dimensional tapestry of luminous threads that filled the air around them. Silver-hued light reflected off the common room's surfaces, transforming the familiar space into something dreamlike and enchanted. Harry found himself fully immersed in the experience, no longer thinking about competition or impressing his friends. There was something meditative about guiding the feathers' dance, a state of flow where his magic felt like a natural extension of himself, rather than a skill to be consciously directed. He became aware that the feathers' movements were beginning to synchronize with his breathing, expanding outward as he inhaled, drawing closer as he exhaled. The humming tone followed the same rhythm, creating a harmonious cycle of light, sound, and breath. Ron and Hermione watched in silent appreciation, their faces illuminated by the soft, shifting glow. The entire common room seemed to have entered a state of enchanted tranquility, the outside world momentarily forgotten. After what might have been minutes, or much longer, time seemed to flow differently in this magical state. Harry gradually brought the feathers back to a simple circular formation. They continued to pulse with silver pupil light, their glow intensifying and dimming in time with his breathing. "I think that's enough," he said softly, reluctant to break the spell but feeling that the demonstration had reached its natural conclusion. With a final gentle movement of his wand, he guided the feathers back to the coffee table. Unlike the previous attempts, however, The feathers didn't settle immediately. They hovered just above the surface, still glowing, as if reluctant to end their dance. "They're beautiful," Hermione said, reaching out hesitantly toward one of the floating feathers. As her fingers approached, the feather drifted toward her, responding to her presence, even though she wasn't casting any spell. "They're definitely not behaving like normal feathers anymore," Ron observed as another one floated toward him when he leaned forward. "I think our magic has changed them somehow," Harry suggested, watching as the remaining feathers continued to hover just above the table, gently bobbing as if floating on invisible water. As if in response to his words, the feathers slowly descended until they finally rested on the wooden surface. Their glow remained, however, pulsing gently like embers in a dying fire. "Well," Ron said after a moment of contemplative silence, "I think it's safe to say this game got a bit more interesting than we expected." "It was wonderful though," Hermione added, her eyes still fixed on the softly glowing feathers. "I've never experienced magic quite like that before." "Me neither," Harry agreed. "It wasn't just the spell itself, but something about the way we were using it. Or maybe the way the three of us were using it together." A thoughtful silence fell between them as they considered this possibility. They had performed magic together countless times over the years, from classroom exercises to life or math situations, but this had felt different. A harmonious blending of their individual magical styles into something greater than the sum of its parts. "I wonder," Hermione began, her academic curiosity clearly kindled, "what if we tried casting the spell simultaneously, all three of us together?" Ron and Harry exchanged glances, immediately intrigued by the suggestion. "Worth a try," Harry said, standing up and moving to form a small circle with his friends around the coffee table and its illuminated feathers. They each selected a feather from the collection, Hermione choosing the iridescent one, Ron a speckled brown one, and Harry the pure white one. Placing them in the center of the table, they raised their wands in unison. "On three," Harry suggested. "1, 2, 3. Wingardium Leviosa," they said together, their voices blending into a single harmonious invocation. The effect was immediate and spectacular. The three feathers rose as one, but instead of simply floating, they spiraled upward in a tight formation, their glow intensifying until it was almost too bright to look at directly. Then, at the peak of their ascent, something remarkable happened. The three feathers touched, and their light seemed to flow between them, merging into a single radiance that combined the pearly elegance of Hermione's magic, the warm vibrancy of Ron's, and the cool protective luminosity of Harry's. This unified light expanded outward in a gentle wave that filled the common room, washing over the three friends and bathing everything in its warm, comforting glow. And within this light, something began to take form, not solid, but more substantial than mere illumination. It was as if they were seeing echoes or impressions of Hogwarts itself, ghostly images of the castle's many rooms and corridors, its towers and grounds, all overlapping and flowing into one another like a living map. There was the great hall with its enchanted ceiling and long house tables, the library with its thousands of ancient books, the astronomy tower reaching toward the stars, the Quidditch pitch with its golden hoops gleaming in the sun. They saw the forbidden forest with its ancient trees, the great lake rippling beneath the moon, the winding path to Hogsmeade Village. But these weren't just images. Somehow they could feel the essence of these places, the comfort of meals shared in the great hall, the quiet concentration of study hours in the library, the exhilaration of flight above the Quidditch pitch, the mystery and wonder of the forest and lake. "It's Hogwarts," Hermione whispered, her voice filled with awe. Not just how it looks, but how it feels. How we feel about it, Ron added, understanding dawning on his face. It's showing us our Hogwarts, the way we've experienced it together. Harry nodded, recognizing the truth in their words. The magical display around them was indeed Hogwarts, as seen through the lens of their shared experiences, their friendship, their adventures, and quieter moments together. The feathers continued their dance at the center of this phenomenon, moving in perfect synchronization despite being guided by 3 different wands. Their light pulsed and flowed, sometimes separating into distinct colors, other times blending into a unified radiance. The humming sound had returned as well, but fuller now, almost like distant voices singing in harmony, perhaps an echo of all the conversations, laughter, whispers, and shouts that had filled these spaces during their years at the school. There was something profoundly moving about experiencing Hogwarts this way, as a living tapestry of memory and emotion, rather than merely a physical place. Harry felt a lump form in his throat as he recognized locations where they had faced dangers together, where they had laughed until their sides hurt, where they had learned and grown as wizards and as people. He glanced at his friends and saw that they were equally affected. Hermione's eyes glistened with unshed tears, while Ron's face held an expression of wonder tinged with nostalgia, as if he were seeing their shared past and present simultaneously. Slowly, gently, the images began to fade, the light retreating back toward the dancing feathers at the center. The humming sound diminished gradually, leaving behind a profound silence that felt more like fulfillment than absence. The feathers descended once more to the coffee table, their glow dimming but not entirely disappearing. As the last vestiges of the magical display faded, the 3 friends lowered their wands, looking at each other with expressions that mingled amazement, emotion, and deep understanding. "What just happened?" Ron asked finally, his voice hushed. "I think," Hermione said slowly, "that we accidentally created a kind of magical resonance. Our individual casting of the same spell, combined with our shared history and connection to Hogwarts, created an effect that was more than just levitating feathers. It showed us how we see Hogwarts," Harry added, "all the memories and feelings we've accumulated over the years. And not just any memories," Hermione continued, her analytical mind clearly working to process the experience. "Notice how it showed us places where we've been together, things we've shared. It was reflecting our friendship as much as the castle itself." They fell silent again, contemplating the significance of what they had witnessed and created together. Outside, the afternoon was beginning to wane, the golden sunlight taking on the deeper, richer hues of approaching evening. The breeze from the window had grown slightly cooler, carrying with it the scent of early blooming flowers from the castle grounds. "You know," Ron said after a while, reaching out to gently touch one of the still faintly glowing feathers, "when I was little, before coming to Hogwarts, I used to watch my brothers practice simple spells at home during holidays. Fred and George were always turning teacups into toads or making things explode, but Percy, he used to practice Wingardium Leviosa on his quills while studying." He smiled at the memory. "I'd sit there for ages, just watching that feather float up and down, thinking it was the most brilliant thing I'd ever seen. I couldn't wait to be able to do it myself." "It is rather amazing when you think about it," Hermione agreed. "Such a simple spell, but it opens the door to understanding how magic works, the connection between intention, incantation, and wand work. It was the first real spell I ever saw demonstrated at Hogwarts," Harry remembered. "In Flitwick's class. I'd seen Hagrid do magic before that, and Ollivander, but this was different. It was something I was going to learn to do myself." They shared a moment of appreciation for the humble charm that had, in many ways, been their introduction to practical magic. The spell that had once seemed so challenging now came as naturally as breathing, yet today it had revealed depths they never suspected. "We should do this again sometime," Ron suggested. "Maybe try different spells, see what happens when we combine them." "It would make for fascinating research," Hermione agreed enthusiastically. "If simple levitation can produce effects like what we just saw, imagine what might happen with more complex spell work." "As long as we're careful," Harry cautioned, though he was smiling. "I'm not sure McGonagall would appreciate us accidentally merging the common room with the astronomy tower or something." They laughed together, the sound warm and relaxed in the peaceful common room. The feathers on the coffee table seemed to pulse a little brighter at the sound of their laughter, as if responding to their happiness. As evening approached and other Gryffindors began to return to the common room, trickling in after their outdoor activities, Harry, Ron and Hermione carefully collected the enchanted feathers. Though still faintly glowing, they seemed stable enough, and Hermione suggested keeping them as mementos of their magical experiment. "We could use them for further study," she proposed, "or simply as reminders of what we discovered today." Harry accepted the white feather, slipping it carefully into the pages of his Quidditch magazine. Ron pocketed the speckled one, while Hermione took the iridescent feather, examining it with continued fascination. "You know what's funny?" Harry said as they prepared to join the others heading down to dinner. "We started this game because we were bored, but I think it turned into one of the most interesting magical experiences we've had at Hogwarts. And for once, nothing tried to kill us," Ron added cheerfully. "That's a nice change of pace." Hermione smiled, tucking her feather safely into her robes. "Sometimes the most remarkable magic comes from the simplest beginnings. We don't always need grand spells or ancient artifacts to connect with the wonder of being witches and wizards." As they made their way out of the portrait hole and down to the Great Hall, Harry felt a deep sense of contentment. Their afternoon's game had reminded him of something he sometimes forgot amidst the dangers and challenges they so often faced. That magic, at its heart, was beautiful and joyful, a source of wonder rather than merely a tool or weapon. And perhaps more importantly, it had reinforced what he already knew but sometimes took for granted, that his friendship with Ron and Hermione was its own kind of magic. One that transformed everything around it, even a simple charm practiced on a lazy afternoon. The feather in his pocket seemed to pulse gently against his side as they walked, a small, warm reminder of the extraordinary that could emerge from the ordinary when shared with those you care about. And Harry found himself looking forward to their next free afternoon, wondering what other magical discoveries might be waiting in the simplest of spells when explored together. Dinner in the Great Hall was lively that evening, with students sharing stories of their day's adventures on the grounds or in Hogsmeade. Harry, Ron, and Hermione joined in the conversations, but occasionally exchanged knowing glances, sharing a secret that was theirs alone. Later, as the common room filled with Gryffindors enjoying the last hours before curfew, the three friends claimed their usual spots by the fire. Though they engaged in normal evening activities, Ron and Harry playing a game of wizard's chess, while Hermione read a book on ancient charms, there was a subtle difference in the atmosphere between them, a deeper appreciation for the magic that surrounded them daily, and the friendship that made it meaningful. And if anyone noticed that the chess pieces seemed to move with unusual grace that evening, or that the pages of Hermione's book turned with a gentle luminosity, or that small objects occasionally floated slightly when placed near the three friends, well, that was just another ordinary bit of magic in the extraordinary world they were fortunate enough to share. As curfew approached and students began to drift toward their dormitories, Harry found himself reluctant to end the day. It had been rare and precious, not for any grand adventure or dramatic discovery, but for the simple joy of exploring magic with his best friends, free from pressure or danger. "We should do this more often," he said quietly as they lingered by the fire after the common room had mostly emptied. "What, break the laws of magical physics?" Ron grinned. "No," Harry smiled, "just be together, enjoy being wizards. With everything that's happening and everything that's coming, we don't get enough moments like today." Hermione reached out, placing her hand over his. "We'll make more," she promised. "Whatever happens, we'll always have this. Our friendship, our magic, our Hogwarts." Ron nodded, his usual joking manner giving way to sincere agreement. Always. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, and somewhere in their pockets, 3 enchanted feathers glowed with a warm light that spoke of simple spells transformed by friendship into something extraordinary. A small but perfect example of the deepest magic of all. That night, as Harry lay in his 4-poster bed, listening to the familiar sounds of his dorm mate's steady breathing, he took out the white feather from his pocket. In the darkness, its gentle glow illuminated his hand with a soft, silvery light that was oddly comforting. He thought about the magical display they had created that afternoon. The way their combined spell had revealed Hogwarts as they experienced it together. It had been beautiful, yes, but also profound. A reminder that places are defined not just by their physical attributes, but by the memories and emotions they contain, the connections forged within their walls. Hogwarts was stone and wood, classrooms and corridors, towers and dungeons, but it was also friendship and courage, learning and growing, facing fears and discovering strengths. It was the sum of countless moments, from the most dramatic adventures to quiet afternoons spent levitating feathers in the common room. And tomorrow, whatever challenges it might bring, would add new threads to that tapestry, new layers to the magic that bound them to this place and to each other. With that comforting thought, Harry carefully placed the glowing feather on his bedside table, where its soft light mingled with the moonbeams streaming through the window. Then, surrounded by the quiet breathing of friends and the ancient magic of Hogwarts, he drifted into peaceful sleep. Dreams filled with floating feathers and the golden light of friendship that could transform even the simplest magic into something extraordinary. Our magical journey through Hogwarts comes to a close for tonight. Now you'll hear the gentle crackling of the common room fire and soothing ambient sounds of the castle to accompany you as you drift off to sleep. These calming sounds will continue without any advertisements or interruptions. May your dreams be filled with magic and wonder, and may you sleep as peacefully as if you were tucked away in your cozy 4-poster bed in the dormitory. Good night, dear witch or wizard, until our next adventure in the wizarding world.